Good morning and welcome to the second day of our Effectus event digital edition 2020. I am with Julia, my partner, and we welcome you to this second day, again full of good contents, workshop, conferences, and today's program is really cool, so we're really excited to start this day. And we cannot start without thanking all our sponsors, starting with Burka Production and Tilt Makeup and Miroballi Online. These amazing sponsors are the ones that let us make this come true. So please visit their pages and you'll find all the links in our social pages. We are live on YouTube, we are live on Facebook, and we are active on Instagram as well. Just look for Effectus Association or Effectus Event Official. And on our webpage www.effectusevent.com you will see the full program for today, and you will see the link to our digital exhibition, which again I've got to remind you, you can see the participation of 55 artists from 11 countries, so it's really international this year. And maybe despite everything happening in the world with this pandemic, we could reach more people from abroad with this digital edition, so we are trying to get the best out of this situation and we don't give up at all. So on the program on our webpage you will see also the order of the conferences, and you can check the language in which they are gonna be featured. And most of the workshops are subtitled in the other languages, so if they are shot in Italian they are subtitled in English and the other way around. And the conferences will display if they are in Italian or in English. And further on we'll put subtitles on to them, so you will be able to see them in the future if it's not your language. And what else can I say today? We are going to have some very cool guests. We have Coulier, and we have Andrea Leanza, and we have a great conference about the 3D technologies into the workflow of special makeup effects. So we're really excited to display those later. And yeah, welcome, and hope you'll enjoy the show. I'm gonna pass the word to Julia, who's gonna translate in Italian. Stay with us.
Ciao a tutti e benvenuti a questa fantastica seconda giornata di Effectus Event. Siamo qui, Giulia e Valentina, ormai partner in questa esperienza per ben 6 anni. La nostra prima versione digitale. Il programma della giornata è comunque molto ricco. Vi ricordiamo di visitare i nostri social per trovare tutte le informazioni, quindi potete trovarci su Instagram come Effectus Event Official, su Facebook e qui proprio su YouTube. Ricordiamo che è importantissimo fare il subscribe al nostro canale per continuare ad essere aggiornati anche sugli avvenimenti. Dalla home page del nostro sito troverete il link alle 2 fantastiche galleries della Art Exhibition che quest'anno è stata digitale, ma in questa maniera ci ha permesso di ampliare il pubblico in maniera effettivamente interessante. Abbiamo ben 55 artisti da 11 paesi diversi, tanto che infatti abbiamo dovuto fare 2 galleries che rimarranno attive fino al 20 ottobre, quindi non perdeteveli, tanto anche nell'aggiornamento della home da domani i link rimarranno assolutamente disponibili. Vorremmo innanzitutto ringraziare i nostri sponsor, Burka Production a livello tecnico, Tilt Makeup e Miroballi Online, che hanno reso possibile tutto questo e questa sperimentazione, insomma, del 2020. Oggi avremo un contest comunque in diretta e oggi è quello di scultura. Abbiamo partecipanti da ben 3 paesi differenti, quindi siamo molto contenti. I ragazzi stanno lavorando da questa mattina alle 8:30 perché il contest di scultura è più lungo, è di ben 8 ore, quindi insomma sono già all'opera e più tardi vedremo effettivamente i loro lavori e il loro stadio. E che cos'altro dire? Molto importante ricordarsi che il lavoro dell'associazione è assolutamente volontario e quindi per supportare tutto questo sforzo anche durante l'anno chiediamo di associarsi, perché associarsi significa rendere possibile e fattiva la nostra comunità. Detto questo, vi ricordiamo che per gli associati i benefit sono molteplici. Oltre agli sconti dedicati presso i fornitori di settore, proprio perché essendo molto importante nel nostro caso appunto creare una buona rete di fornitori con prodotti di qualità, abbiamo cercato di creare degli accordi con i nostri insomma negozi del cuore, diciamo così, la possibilità all'accesso al canale Vimeo. Il canale Vimeo è uno strumento che Effectus ha deciso di mantenere privato per i propri soci con password, in maniera tale che possano essere visibili i workshop e le conferenze delle annate precedenti del nostro evento, e quest'anno metteremo in forma spacchettata anche quelli che sono avvenuti nel live, perché ovviamente una live di 7 ore è comunque molto complessa per andare a ritrovare il momento, nonostante rimarrà totalmente gratuitamente fruibile su YouTube, con nei commenti la descrizione del timecode dove trovare quale iniziativa. Però per i nostri soci, per agevolare la loro vita, abbiamo deciso di fare questo. E quindi non so, Vale, se ti va di dire queste ultime cose anche in inglese riguardo al canale Vimeo e all'associarsi.
Sure. Julia reminded me, I forgot something to say. We wanted to remind you that Effectus event, it's the fruit of the work of people behind the cameras, behind the event, that is totally volunteer. So what we ask to people, it's if they want to support our association, is to become a member. And the membership rewards you with some benefits, which we thought is a great thing, because you don't only support us, but we also give something back. And we have a lot of discounts at certain suppliers like Tilter or Baburka, Cinema Craft, and many more. And you can check them online in our page. And also you can get access privately just for the associates to a Vimeo channel where we put all the previous editions of our workshop and conferences. And we'll also divide the videos from this live show for a easier view on the channel as separate contents. And we also want to remind that this live show will remain free to view on YouTube, and you will be able to watch it later on as well. And what was I gonna forget?
Now we said all, and
Pretty
now
much.
it's time to announce what's next. The
Yeah,
workshop.
exactly. We are starting the day with a workshop, and after each workshop of the day, you will be able to get your answers, your questions answered directly from the tutors. So don't forget to place your questions underneath the video comments on YouTube or Facebook, or just write a direct message on the other channels, and we'll get those questions answered later on. So the first workshop for today, it's about Airbrush, and it's basic of airbrushing from Horacio Martinez, which was really kind and made us a really beautiful video for us. And again, it's subtitled, so you could watch it either if you're Italian or English speaking. So thank you for watching.
Quindi adesso stiamo per lanciare il primo workshop della giornata con Horacio Martinez, e è un workshop molto interessante sull'aerografia di base. Andremo proprio ad analizzare come è strutturato, come è fatto un aerografo, come si utilizza, quali sono gli esercizi di base. Il workshop è in inglese, sottotitolato in italiano, ed è quindi fruibile da tutti. E non dimenticatevi alla fine del workshop di fare le vostre domande, veramente durante, perché successivamente saremo in collegamento da Londra con il nostro tutor, che ci risponderà a tutte le domande che voi avete fatto precedentemente.
Grazie.
Hello, I am Horacio Martinez. I'm special effects makeup artist, painter and airbrush artist. We're gonna talk in this video about airbrushes, single action, double action. I hope you enjoy this video. How works the simple action airbrush? Air is coming from the air hose and paint comes from a deposit. Maybe it's a jar, maybe it's a small cup. When we press the trigger, the main lever, the air is mixed with the paint and pulverized. If we open the needle mechanism, we can get more paint in the mix with air. If we close the mechanism, we can get less paint mixed with the air. In double action airbrushes is the same. Can be the paint from gravity feed or can be suction feed. These airbrushes use a jar like this one for more amount of paint, or can be gravity. Some of the cups change the size too, but the difference is between the single and the double action is about the control that we have on each one. The nozzle mechanism is similar to this tiny funnel. And this tiny brush. Imagine this funnel is the nozzle and this stick is the needle. When it's to the front, the main lever, the needle acts like a valve, sealing all around the nozzle, and all the paint comes from here is not coming out. The air coming from all around the nozzle is trying to pull the air in this direction. When we move the main lever backwards, the needle moves back. And what happens when we move the needle back? We open a gap in the nozzle. From that tiny gap, paint is coming out, pulled by the air, mixing and making the spray pattern. This is the Iwata Eclipse HPCS. It's one of my favorite airbrushes, and it's one that I recommend for professionals and beginners. It's not too expensive and is much better quality than cheap airbrushes. It's very easy to find parts, and we can change the nozzle and the needle for more thick paints like silicone or makeup. I'm gonna show how normally I disassemble the airbrush, an assembly. The first thing we need is surface. Can be microfiber cloth or a towel. It's very important we keep the airbrush close to the table. Sometimes if we are working far from the table, some of the parts can fall and get lost. I normally like to separate the airbrush in front parts and the back. I personally like disassemble first the back and assembly the front first. In this case, if we back to the needle and nozzle example, I like to put the nozzle first and then the needle, because if we made it in the opposite way, we don't have control how deep need to be the needle, so we need the nozzle to stop it. That's why I prefer to disassemble the back first and assembly the first. Can be disassembled in both ways, but for assembly it's much better if we start from the front. Let's start with the handle, nut, needle, spring guide, spring, chuck guide, and the main lever. All these parts are from the back. You can take a photograph when you disassemble the airbrush, so you can familiarize with the parts and the names. The front is needle cap, nozzle cap, the head and the nozzle. These are the parts from the front, and what we're gonna do now is assembly first the front but backwards, exactly like we disassemble the airbrush, we assembly backwards. For assembling the airbrush, we're gonna take first the airbrush in this position and put the nozzle the head cap. Normally the airbrushes came with a tiny spannel. The reason these panels are tiny is because we don't need to apply too much force once we tight the head. It's very important, head need to be tight but not too much. We can damage the threads and damage permanently the airbrush. One of the most common problems with the airbrush is the air is leaking because the head is not enough tight. The way I test if the head is enough tight is try to remove it with your hands. If you can remove it, need to be more tight. If you can't remove it, that's more than enough. We don't need more force than that. If the air leaks from this part, we're gonna see bubbles in our paint. That's one of the most common problems with airbrushes. The head is not too tight, so always check the head need to be tight. Nozzle cap and needle cap. Needle cap always is an option because needle cap makes a turbulence with the air and make the pattern more wide during the paint. If we remove the needle cap, the spray pattern will be less wide, so it's better for detail. If you work very close to the surface, remove the needle cap. It's not a recommendation if you are starting or you're familiarizing with airbrush, because the needle cap protects the needle and the nozzle too. So let's gonna start with a needle cap on. For assembling the back of the airbrush, we're gonna start with the main lever. The main lever have a tiny dent under the head of the main lever. That tiny dent indicates the back of the airbrush. So if we have the dent here, we need to install it to the back of the airbrush. How we know if the main lever is in right position? Because this part is a little bit tricky. This movable pin need to be inside of the valve. Is this tiny hole you see here? It's just practice, and the way we can check if the main lever is in right position, just press the trigger, press the main lever, and if you feel that spring and backs to the original position, that means it's in the right place. So hold the airbrush in this position so the main lever can fall. The choke guide need this part is movable. We're gonna put it in this position, and what we're gonna do now is putting inside to the back of the main lever. The spring guide. The spring guide is compress the spring and make more stiff or less the main lever. The medium adjustment I recommend is put all to the front at maximum and twist 2 or 3 turns back. This way we can have a medium stiffness of the main lever. what happens if it's too loose can be more difficult to control, and if it's too tight can be you can feel tired very quick for the force you're applying. It's just not comfortable. For install the needle, put the tip of the needle in your fingertip and gently push when you feel the end of the nozzle. Try to don't apply too much force with the needle and the nozzle, because we back to the example of the nozzle and the needle. The needle is made of steel and the nozzle is brass. The brass is more soft metal, it's a softer metal, and can break very easy if we apply too much force. I have a broken nozzle here, so you can check how was damaged by the needle. We put the knot. The knot need to be tight, so because if it's not tight, it's not pulling back the needle. You can see here. Needle is not moving, and when the knot is tight, moves the needle. Tail, the handle, and that's it. We have our airbrush assembled. When you buy an airbrush, first learn how to assemble and disassemble the airbrush. Do it a couple of times, first the back, then the front, taking photographs to see if you're loose. Normally these airbrushes came with a diagram, so you can found the names of the parts and the codes instead of you need buy spare pieces. The accessories I use for a normal day, I'm gonna divide it in two, in operational accessories and maintenance and cleaning accessories. The most important is the holder, is where we're gonna put the airbrush. Sometimes compressors have integrated holders, but they are not very useful. They are not safe, and normally we put a compressor far for the noise. We put it on the floor or far from our workspace. This type of holder is much safer. never put the airbrush in the table, plug it with a hose, because can fall very easy and can be damaged. And the other accessories I always use is different types of adapters. We're gonna talk later about the adapters. Sometimes we work in different studios and they have different connections, so always is a good idea have both sizes, is 1/4 and 1/8, the standard measures. Another basic accessory for me is the Badger paint mixer. It's like this tiny mixer for the cappuccino, but this is specifically for paint. Is the Badger paint mixer. For the connections, we're gonna need Teflon tape. Always need to be in your kit. Teflon tape makes seal in all the threaded parts, in the air hoses, in the compressors, in your airbrush. And finally, the quick connection. Normally, when we have a air hose, we connect the airbrush with this type of connection. But I prefer using a quick connection. The quick connector, you can put one part in the hose and the other part in the airbrush. So now we can connect and disconnect very easy the airbrush. Another advantage of this this quick connector is we can spin freely the airbrush without making tangles in the air hose. Cleaning accessories. I'm gonna need an old brush, a kit of different sizes of brushes. Sometimes we can use this type of brushes. They are for dental. Lubricant for the airbrush. This came normally with the airbrush, but we can use any oil, basically like WD-40 or similar oils. Another cleaning accessory I like is the pipe cleaners. They're great for cleaning inside of the airbrush. A small screwdriver for adjusting. Cotton buds. Paper and the solvent we use for thin the paint. This is very important because some people think they need a specialized cleaners for the airbrush, and it's not. It's like the airbrush is like another brush. If you use acrylic with a brush, you need water for clean it. If you use enamel, you need white spirit or some solvents. Always you're gonna clean your airbrush with the solvent you thin the paint you use. If you use watercolor, you just need water. Sometimes with acrylics, for better cleaning, sometimes we can use a stronger solvent, not only water. Can be water and soap or window cleaner to clean it much better. Airbrushes are solvent resistant, but don't do the mistake of soaking in a cup with white spirit for the whole night the airbrush. This is not gonna help and can damage the internal gaskets and the O-rings. Always clean the airbrush after you finish your work. If you don't have time, just a quick clean will be enough, and later you can do a more deep clean, disassembling the airbrush and cleaning really well. You don't need too much time. It's not difficult, but it's not recommended. Put it all the pieces in a cup with solvent, with any type of solvent. Adapters. Let's talk about the adapters. Normally the hose of the airbrush came with 1/8 of a size, and some compressors have the same size. Sometimes the air hose have 1/4 in one of the extremes, so we need adapter to reduce one of the ends, and we can connect in a 1/8 size on the compressor. If the compressor is 1/4, and if the end of the air hose is 1/8, we need a different adapter from 1/8 to 1/4. One quarter and 1/8 are the most common types of connections, and you can use at any moment one of these two adapters. This is one of the compressors I use. I'm gonna connect one of the extremes of one of the ends of the air hose. connect with a quick connector, the other end. For adjust the pressure in the compressors, sometimes the filter have this valve, but works opposite like the water taps. Normally we close in these directions, clockwise, and we open in this direction. In the compressors works opposite. We close anti-clockwise and we open clockwise. I'm gonna turn it on and you will see how pressure is start to going up. Going down. Always try to choose one compressor. They have the automatic off. When the pressure is in the compressor, need to be turned off automatically, because if not, the compressor is trying to push the air, but there's no out of air, so all the time the compressor is on and can be overheat and reduce the lifespan of the compressor. Good quality compressor, they are more expensive, but they're gonna last forever. And one of the reasons is not only because they are built in better quality, is because they have this function, this automatically turns off and on. So when you press the trigger, the compressor is on, and when you release and the compressor have enough pressure, turns off automatically. For making our ink, we're gonna need a small bottle, 100 milliliters of watercolor in tube, and a small ball bearing. Can be a marble. We just put a small amount of watercolor. The water and the ball bearing. And we have ready our ink for practice exercises. This ink will be incredibly easy to clean from the airbrush, because this don't leave any plastic residue, or you don't need any solvent, just water to clean it, and it's very cheap to make. This is the Pache Model H is a single action airbrush. It's one of the most popular airbrushes in the market. It's cheap, it's versatile, it's easy to use, easy to clean. This airbrush normally came with the number 3 in the tip. Is the size of, it's basically a medium size. You can change for the number 1 is much fine, or number 5 is what I have installed now, and with the number 5 is for thick paints. Some people think with the number 1 you can make more detail, and that's wrong. Normally the number 1 in the needles and nozzles is the capacity of the airbrush to spray thinner paints, medium for medium, and number 5 or bigger sizes is not for a wider pattern, is for thicker paints. I'm gonna put this cup here, so I'm gonna bring this black panel here so we can see better how the spray pattern works in this airbrush. If I press the trigger, only air is coming out, but if I open a little bit the nozzle, a small amount of paint is coming out. If I open more is coming out. I'm gonna put more water. If I open much more paint is coming out. If we close, no paint is out. Some of these airbrushes can hold a small cup or a jar. In some airbrushes they are gravity feed. Paint comes from upside. I recommend this airbrush for applying cap plastic, for painting props, but not for makeup. If you're working with body paint, stencils, tattoos, that's fine, but it's not friendly with the face, because we need to put the airbrush close, and this is not friendly with the face. Normally when we work with an airbrush close to a face, is we enter with the air, but we can do that with this airbrush, because once you press, paint is coming out. So for that, it's much better using a double action airbrush. I have some ink in the airbrush. Repeat, this is the single action airbrush. So if the needle is closed, the needle mechanism is closed, and if I press the main lever, it's only coming air. If I open a little bit, a small amount of paint is coming out. Only when I press the trigger, the main lever, paint is coming out. If I open a little bit more paint is coming out. If I close, And this is how the single action airbrush works. This is a double action airbrush. It's the Iwata Eclipse HPCS. Double action airbrushes works completely different than the single action airbrushes. If I press the main lever, only air is coming out. If I pull the trigger a little bit, small amount of paint. If I pull more big it is. Paint is coming out when we pull the main lever back. When we pull more paint is coming out. If I pull more paint is coming out. That's why it's called double action airbrush. With the double action airbrush, we can have more control about all the spray pattern if we need a small amount or a bigger amount, all in the finger. We don't need to adjust like in a single action airbrush. All the control is here. More paint, more. It's gonna see some exercises. For almost all the exercises, we're gonna use plain paper with adhesive. We don't need special papers. Put a small amount of ink in the cup. It's not necessary to fill it up. Set the compressor at between 20 and 30 psi. For thick paints we need more pressure, and for thin paints we need less. And never spray in the face over 15 or 20 psi. Is too much force the air in the actor's face. Try in a different piece of paper, the airbrush. And our first exercise will be the dot. The dot is the main movement to learn how to use the airbrush. Always keep the air open during all the time we're doing the exercises. Press the main lever down and gently move backwards the main lever and return immediately to the front. Just a few millimeters. You can see in my index finger the movement. If I move my finger more than that, we're gonna have this. We don't want to do that. So only for this exercise I recommend 5 centimeters from the paper. If you go far than that, you will see only like a shadow. So we need definition in the dots. So for this exercise you need to be really close, 5 centimeters or less to the surface. We're gonna make dots in the old paper. All the time my finger is pressing down the air. Don't do this. all the time down and just open and close quickly. Open and close, open and close, move. Open and close, move. Don't try to make it fast. Take all your time, because this is only practicing. Looks very easy, but it's a really complicated exercise. Just with all the time the air open and close, open and close and move, open and close, move, open and close and move. Try to play with the amount of paint and the distance. Sometimes you can make a tiny dots really close with only a small part of paint, or you can make bigger more far with more paint, of course. Make at least 2 or 3 of these different sizes of dots. Learning how to use the main lever during the dot exercise is the most important thing to learn in Airbrush, because in this way we can control the amount of paint, how to open the needle mechanism and close it. All the control is there. That's why we are not trying the single action, because with single action it's just like a spray can. It's just paint like this and adjusting. The real thing is controlling a double action airbrush with this movement and with this exercise. Once you feel comfortable doing the dots, having control of the airbrush, let's gonna make the second exercise is lines. We're gonna trace with a pencil and 2 columns here. For this exercise, we're gonna try to make lines. Line is basically the same exercise as the dot, but with movement. We're gonna start the movement with the air open. When we cross this line, we're gonna open the paint, and when we cross this line, we're gonna close it. Not the air, only the paint. The precision, it doesn't matter. Normally you need to work in front of the paper. I'm doing in this way so you can see much better. Once you finish with the line, don't stop here. If you stop, you have a dot in the end. If you stop here and open and continue, you're gonna have a dot here. In both cases, the exercise is not right. Need to be no dots on the extremes. Open, close. It's very important, continue the movement. Start the movement, open and close. And then you release the air. Try to repeat this exercise as much as you can. You will be able to close the paint at the same time you stop the movement without having this point. You will learn with this exercise, start the lines and finishing without making any type of point by the end. Just controlling opening and close. The third exercise will be crossed lines. Once you feel safe doing the lines, that's gonna make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The purpose of this exercise is controlling the lines in different positions, in different angles, because sometimes we're not just only painting in one direction, so you can make it bigger. Try make it with very thin lines. Or with thick lines. Why is so important learn the dots and the lines movements in the airbrush is very simple. Let's gonna make here 4 spheres. if we try to make a sphere here with a source of light from this direction, we need darker this area, but what happens if we don't open and close the needle mechanism? I'm gonna make it with lines without closing the needle and opening and close in this way. This is without opening and close. It's more evident we have more paint in the extremes of the movements. Is because we're going and back and making a stop and putting more paint in all the extremes. This is wrong, because we're gonna have this result if we try to paint in this way. You can see here there's more paint on the edges. The right way to do it is opening and close, opening and close. I'm gonna make it with lines here. You can see my finger all the time is opening and closing every line. I'm gonna make it more slowly. And without lines, it's open and close, open and close, open and close. This is not the right way. This is how we need to do it. That's why it's important to learn how to open and close, open and close, open and close, open and close all the time. I hope you enjoyed the video. Follow me on Instagram, where I will be happy to answer any question you have. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome back. We hope that you enjoyed this fantastic tutorial and workshop by Horacio, and we are now connected with him live. So welcome Horacio, thank you very much for being with us. Hello. Yeah, we actually had really good numbers yesterday. We were quite like overwhelmed because we didn't expect such an engagement. And today we have some questions for you after people saw the tutorial. Sorry, I keep calling it a tutorial, but it's actually a workshop. So I'm gonna place some questions for you. So the first one is how long does an airbrush last? Yes, itself, yes. Mm.
Where they came from. Some people bring me airbrush from 20, 30, 50 years ago. So
Wow.
you change only some parts like the needle and nozzle, but basically the airbrushes are built to last a long time. That's why it's important to keep it clean and nice, as any other machine, you know.
Yeah, totally. Actually, my first airbrush is now 22 years old because
Wow.
I've been airbrushing longer than I am a makeup
Yeah.
artist. So, and I'm only afraid that they stop to make the parts for it. So that would be the only case where maybe it can't live any longer, because if you don't
Yeah,
find the part, it's like a car, like if they don't manufacture the part that you need anymore, then
exactly.
that's the only problem.
That's why one of the recommendations, because people when are starting to get into airbrush, they think, oh, I need to buy a cheap one to learn, but uh, this this decision is wrong. Is completely wrong, because with a cheap airbrush, you don't have spare parts, you don't have the quality, and you will be problematic for you. So will be a frustrating experience instead of a good experience with a good quality airbrush. You
Yeah,
feel immediately when you are a painter, you take an airbrush and you see, oh no, this is not good. It's like the brushes, you know. If you take a good quality brush, it's nice, and you can make the lines perfect and everything. If you take for a hobby shop cheap brush with a low quality hair, with losing hairs, or it's not an experience you enjoy. It's exactly the same with the airbrush. People need to invest in the tools, good quality. I'm not a follower of a specific brand. Just follow the other recommendations. Hear what, oh, my favorite airbrush is this, and another person can be another. So there's some basic quality, so you can choose from these models for get a much better experience. And the spare parts are important too. If it's a good brand, probably the parts will be more time in the market.
yeah, yeah, longer. Yeah, totally. Let's go to the next question. Oh, how do I choose a compressor? This is a tough one. It's a long
Okay.
answer.
Yeah.
Time, so it's
Okay. The compressor, uh, you need to determine what you're gonna paint, because it's not the same. If let's gonna make two examples. You want airbrush to make fantasy makeups, let's say like Cirque du Soleil type fantasy face makeup. You're gonna use watercolors, water-based makeups. You don't need high pressure because you're working on the face. And even the something important is where you live. I'm gonna explain you later why is this important. The compressor, for choosing a right compressor, once you know what exactly you're gonna do, is where you choose the compressor. Because if you need low pressure for working in the face and small areas, you can buy a small compressor. Small compressor is more practical, is more lightweight. Normally they're cheaper, but if you plan to do body paint, okay, that's another thing, because you need more volume of air. The airbrush needs more air, no more pressure, more amount of air. So
Absolutely.
small compressors don't have the capacity to give you this amount of air. That's why they have tanks. In the tanks, they store, they make like a storage of air with the pressure you need. But if you are consuming more of what the motor can store, that means you need a bigger compressor.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't know if you are working and you buy a new compressor, you notice, oh, this is not enough, because you need to stop for a few seconds and let the machine getting the compressor getting the right pressure, because you're painting and the pressure is going down, so you need to wait a little bit, and okay, now I have pressure. This is very common when you work with mini spray guns. With mini spray guns, you need, it's not a big compressor, you need big tank, more air. So if the surface will be big, you need big storage for the for the air. If you don't need too much amount of air, choose a small one. Another important thing, we return with invest in good quality compressors. When I moved to UK, I don't bring my compressors from America because the voltage is different. So I start buying new stuff here. So for me, the cheapest and easy thing was, okay, check on Amazon. Oh, 50 euro cheap compressor and looks fine. And okay, that sounds like a good deal. The problem is after 3 weeks, the compressor don't give me the right pressure. I was using this compressor during a film, and the compressor was on 8 hours per day. What happened? The compressor don't have the quality of the materials, and the metals inside of the motor of the compressor gets hot and expands and creates more friction. And this friction, because it's low quality metal, is destroying the motor. What happened? The mechanism is like a piston, is not is having leaks, and after a month the compressor was completely unusable. So I basically put it in the skip and buy a good brand compressor. So don't buy cheap compressors. If you're gonna use it 10 minutes every day, it's fine. It's gonna last you 1 year or 2. But if you want a eternal machine, a good quality compressor. There's a lot of good brands there. Almost.
Can you make examples of good brands that you like?
Look, Iwata make a good compressors, but they are more expensive, and that not means they are the best, because all the Iwata compressors, if you open the compressor, you see another brand in the parts, and this brand is Sparmax.
Yeah,
Sparmax,
I actually bought the Sparmax after opening an Iwata.
Sparmax is exactly is the same. It's a good brand, but it's exactly the same quality as Iwata, but a lot cheaper. So if you want Iwata quality, buy a Sparmax compressor.
Yeah, totally. I have two actually. One with a bigger tank and one smaller for travel.
Yeah, if you like the design of the shape, or is a perfect machine for what you need, I buy a Iwata compressor just for the reason the size was fitting in one of my boxes perfectly. So is the compressor I use when I start a new job, a new project. I bring a lot of stuff because I don't know what I'm gonna do, because I'm sometimes I'm sculpting, sometimes I'm making molds, and sometimes I'm painting. So I bring all my stuff, like very basic kit of each piece. And okay, if I'm gonna be painting, okay, then I bring my big compressor and all my airbrush stuff. But the basic kit is in tiny boxes. And this Iwata compressor fits perfectly on one of these boxes. So I buy it only for that reason.
Fair enough.
So,
We have some more questions. Horacio, sorry, we got to move on
okay.
because the time is getting short. Okay, sorry, it's in Italian. I'm gonna quickly translate it. Okay, which is a starting airbrush model if a person doesn't have any experience and they want to paint only prosthetics? Paint or make prosthetics?
No, paint.
Okay, because they say make prosthetics.
Iwata HPCS, the model I was showing in the video, that's the perfect model for prosthetics. Okay. And something important in this model allows you to change from factory. They came with 0.03 millimeters nozzle and needle. It's fine for Skin Illustrator alcohol-based colors. That's perfect. But if you want to paint your prosthetics with silicone, my recommendation is with the same airbrush, just buy 0.05 needle and 0.05 nozzle. Is 3 pieces what you need to change. And a bigger size allows you to use thicker materials like silicone. But Iwata HPCS is definitely my choice. Don't choose HPC Plus or Micron Iwata. They are more expensive, but it's not better for this job. Okay, because they're very, very fine. It's gonna clog immediately if you use other silicons.
Okay, we have a very last one. Oh, when do you choose the single action and when the double action? Airbrush, of course.
Let's say if you are making let's say you have a party with and you was hired for make stencil tattoos. You just need a single action airbrush. You don't need double action because the action is very simple. When you are applying big surface like a body paint, I use single action. For applying cap plastic, because the plastic dries in very quick in the tip of the needle, is more easy with a single action. Okay. Normally I use double action for everything. Only the single action I use for cap plastic and for create some effects. Okay. The airbrush, the single action I was showing in the video, have a capacity to spray in very low pressure and make this effect like a splatter. So when I want splatter at very low pressure, I use the single action.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Shall we just quickly do the very last one? Oh, sorry. Yeah, we have to cut unfortunately because we need to go to the next conference. But thank
Yeah.
you so much for being with us and answering these questions.
Thanks for
Thank you.
the invitation. And if the video is still in online,
Yes.
they can drop the questions there. So I'm gonna be checking this video and answering all the.
Please. Oh, great! Fantastic. So, did you get everyone? Just write your questions. Keep writing, and Horacio is gonna stay to answer the questions underneath the video. So type in the comment. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks to you.
See you
And
soon.
have a nice day.
See you soon.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye bye.
E adesso andiamo a passare invece alla presentazione dello stato dell'arte del nostro contest. E quindi mi raccomando, se avete delle domande per Horacio, scrivete nei commenti del video di YouTube e lui sarà più che felice di rispondervi. E poi aggiungeremo, come dicevamo ieri con Valentina, anche i contatti degli artisti qualora vogliate contattarli direttamente per sapere se fanno corsi oppure hanno organizzato altri workshop online in maniera tale che insomma tutti possano essere connessi. Quindi a questo punto vediamo qual è lo stato dell'arte dei nostri contest e magari non so Valentina ti va di annunciarlo in inglese?
Sure. So this is the time that we have a sneak peek into our daily contest, which today is sculptor. So we remind you that the theme is biohazard pollution, and we have sculptors from 3 countries. They started 8:30 this morning, and we are very curious to see what they have created. Let's check if we are ready to send their videos.
Well, hi to everybody. I am Brenda Castro from Mexico. I am a makeup artist 16 years ago. I'm not a sculptor, but when I studied art, and I began to model in atelier of ceramic, and then I think, oh, sculpture, yes, is my original way, so I can return to it. And this is a challenge for me. I'm not a sculptor. I think I will do a mess, but I hope not too much.
Okay, thank you very much. Massimiliano?
Io la farei in italiano la presentazione, se per voi va bene.
Non ti preoccupare.
Ciao a tutti, io sono Massimiliano Melato, dalla provincia di Bologna, ho 45 anni, ma dentro molti meno, e grazie alla mia voglia di fare, di sperimentare, sono qui per mettermi in gioco, diciamo, nonostante non più la giovane età. Ho studiato proprio scultura nella scuola che ho fatto, nell'istituto d'arte, e poi ho frequentato corsi di make-up, sono a tutti gli effetti un make-up artist attualmente, e mi sono appassionato agli effetti speciali abbastanza di recente, avendo sempre avuto un po' la passione per i film horror e fantasy. Ed eccomi qua. Buona fortuna a tutti nel frattempo.
Grazie. Nico?
Can you guys hear us?
Hello, my name is Nico. I'm a trained scenic sculptor, so
guys,
usually
this
I'm
is
working
Rob.
for theaters and so
You guys
on.
haven't met yet.
But I sculpt since I'm a child, so I thought it is a really fun experience to do this kind of challenge, to just sculpt in 8 hours something you didn't prepare. So I think it will be really fun. Thank you.
Thanks.
So, my name is Lisa, and I'm a professional sculptor for the film industry. And I started sculpting 8 years ago, with the apprenticeship of a prop maker and sculptor in the Opera workshops in Berlin. And for the last 5 years, I'm a professional sculptor focused on special micro effects and creatures and all different kinds of lifelike sculpting techniques. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ciao, sono Gabriele e ho studiato alla Scuola Romana dei Fumetti. Sono al terzo anno di corso e facciamo fumetto, tutti i tipi di colorazione e anche scultura. E non so.
A
Non so
posto.
che cosa.
A posto, va bene, grazie mille.
Qualcosa? How's it?
Ok, bentornati, stavo parlando in una lingua mista, scusate, bentornati e spero che vi siano piaciute, insomma speriamo che vi siano piaciute le presentazioni dei nostri partecipanti al contest di scultura e adesso stiamo per entrare dal vivo con la nostra conferenza sul 3D. Questa conferenza è dedicata alle possibilità delle innovazioni tecnologiche del mondo 3D, vogliamo fare questa grande famiglia che vuol dire tutto, non vuol dire niente, ma adesso ci entreremo dentro e capiremo perché sono applicabili nel nostro lavoro. E quindi passo la parola a Valentina che ci dirà il tutto in inglese e la conferenza sarà interamente in inglese.
Okay, thank you, Julia. So I'm gonna introduce this new conference. It's gonna be in English language, and it's gonna be about 3D technologies applied to our work. And we'll start with an introduction, and then we'll dive into the topic with 4 experts, actually 5 experts, but from 4 different places in the world. So let me introduce you Diana Branca from Italy,
Hi
Javier
to
Coronilla from Spain,
Hola, hello.
and we have Clinton, Aiden Smith, and Rob, which I don't have the names written, but sorry Rob, you got to introduce your surname on your own. Please. Can you hear us?
It's Rob
Can you hear
Carlisle.
us? Yeah, okay, because I couldn't see how it was written, so sorry about that. And hello and welcome. And then we have Valter Casotto from Italy.
Hello.
Ciao Valter. Okay, so we are gonna start with Diana, which is gonna drive us into the topic explaining about what 3D actually is.
So what we say that since we have 4 presentations, everybody is going to speak around 15 minutes, but after we have 30 minutes extra in which we can debate, or if someone just goes a little bit longer, we are going to keep the timing. So please, Diana.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm pretty nervous, I have to say.
We too, as you can see. I am so nervous.
Okay. So be patient, and I'll start right now. And I'm a 3D modeler and a digital sculptor, and I'm a 3D scan technician too. And I prepare things for 3D printing, especially for 2 technology, SLA or DLP and FDM. And I worked for 2 years for a famous company of special effects that you probably know, that is Machinarium, and clearly it's pretty famous. And after that, at the moment, I'm a 3D artist freelancer to join new challenge. And can I share my my desktop?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. Here we are. I'm also a teacher about organic modeling, and probably the most famous software for this kind of stuff is ZBrush of Pixologic, but not only. And I want to start talking about 3D Force Effects, SFX. And what does it mean talking about this? 3D is a word very huge and big, and so you can make stuff for many pipeline like VFX, SFX, gaming, or others. And basically, starting in a simple way to explain to everyone these kind of things, the first things that we have to consider is that we are creating stuff basically, no, for cooperate.
Diana, sorry. Diana, can you make the paper bigger on your desktop, because
sorry.
We cannot
yeah,
read
clear.
it.
It's
Make
clear.
the window big, and also enlarge.
Okay.
A bit
Now
more.
it's okay.
Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, thank you. That's perfect. Thank you.
And okay. And we can start in a simple way because we have to cooperate with other people. I born like a 3D artist, so my background is a mix of traditional but especially digital. So what we can do about creating stuff? How can make 3D models? And there are basically two ways. We can start from scratch, or we can start from a scan.
Yep.
Okay, the communication is breaking down.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was breaking down. So you say that we can start from scratch, or we can start from a scan.
Exactly. We can start from a scratch or from a scan. An example starting from scratch is making props or things like card surface. This is our little example. This is a famous robot and the head. Now you can see this, that is a Gundam head that is very famous in like a model, like a robot, and but you can imagine whatever else, props, armor, or other things, clearly, starting from scratch. And in my job, I prepared this for a statue of about 2 meters, and I can show you something about this. It was for a I'll find this. Sorry, I have many things, and okay, was the Gundam, a statue for a situation. Come si dice fiera?
Trade show. Is it a comic convention or something
no,
like that?
It's for the maker fair, and to show an example
it's a trade show for makers. Oh,
exactly. This is entirely printing with FDM. It was really challenge adventure, because there was really few time to do this, and my job was to prepare the head. And a crucial stage when you are modeling, especially for props and SFX, is made this. As you can see, you have to fight with physical and reality, and so I did many pieces.
Okay.
Clearly, no?
Separated.
And
Yes.
exactly, and you have paying attention, because in VFX, if something is compenetrates each other, it's not so terrible, because you will see a render. But we have to produce things that are real. So if I do a mistake here, it's very it's a very bad thing.
Okay.
And
Yeah. Sure.
you can see an example of this. You can see my picture. I don't only you can see my cam.
We can see still ZBrush.
Well, that doesn't matter. I'll go.
Okay.
Okay, because I have the physical model, but it doesn't matter. You can do the same here, and this is a little example of what you can do. And you can do this kind of stuff not only with software like ZBrush, because many artists, many prosthetics people or other things that ZBrush is the only way, is the only software in the world to make these kind of things. And this is not true, because if you are modeling for 3D printing, you have to know many kind of software, in my opinion, or at least 3 different software for modeling. And if you are preparing things like that, you have to know software like this. This is NetFab, and this is very useful to check files, because for example, I work a lot with bones and other stuff, and I prepare in the past this very tiny skeleton of a rat, and we print this with stereolithography, that is 3D printing technique that is pretty famous, because you can print for jewelry, for things that are very high in detail, or dental, clearly special effects. And this was challenging, because it's really tiny. And but I need to use this kind of stuff because the first rule when you are making stuff for 3D printing is that the mesh is watertight, so something that is closed.
Yeah, we might not know what the mesh is, because there might be people that don't know.
You're right. A mesh is like this part. It is simple is a 3D model. It's a part of a 3D model, and it's like the same. It's only a synonym. Okay. So you have to check these, and so you can start in this way. And another exciting, in my opinion, way to start is making 3D scan, and I love particularly do scan. This is a very famous Italian actor that you know. and this is Favino. I did this. I'm using a software that is an Artec called Artec Studio, and that I use in combination with a powerful powerful 3D scan that is this called Artec EVA. It's very expensive, but really amazing in my opinion. It's portable. There are many ways to do 3D scan for body scanner and face scan and head scan. The problem is that we are human, so we can stay still for a long time. So if you did a scan with a 3D scanner like this, you have to do very fast and check the volume after that. But it's very useful because you can bring that this machine and you can travel. For example, I go abroad to do the scan without with only a luggage, for example, and this is really pros. But clearly we are cons too. And for example, this is very expensive. Anyway, and after the scan, you can put this. You can import this stuff in a software like a ZBrush, and clearly you can start working on this. And you can cleaning simple. You can clean this kind of things, and after that you can or making concepting or prepare for 3D printing too. And I have images to show you about this, and I'll find right now maybe. Oh, okay. This was during the scan. As you can see, I can take in my hand the machine, and in the other hand I need to know what I'm scanning, the geometry. I have to turn around, and after that I can get the result, and I can go on. And this is technical stuff, but it's very useful in a production. If you think that this is a particular time, especially for COVID, and sometimes people are scared by molding and casting on the face, because maybe can be claustrophobic phobia or other stuff. You can do, if you need only of the volume clearly, you can do a scan like this. Here, this is I cut the model because this was for Hammamet and Andrea Leanza, and he told me that he needs something more. This was too big, so I cut and put keys here. And after that, I sent this file to Milan without, and they print this for they need. And this is one option that you can do. And but there are many things that you can do. This was a props for a film made in Machinarium for a film called L'Uomo del Labirinto, and the nice thing, this was a killer with a rabbit mask, and the nice thing was not only concepting directly into ZBrush, but to get something that was printed for getting a molding casting, but I used the true face, the true head of the performer. He was the true performer that
Yeah, so it
use
could
that
fit
mask.
perfectly.
And exactly, this could be a really pros when you are
Yeah, that's great.
working
It's
for this
actually
kind of
really good.
stuff. And yeah, thank you.
Diana, we have
And
2 minutes. I just need
okay,
to tell you. Okay.
oh, okay. I'm sorry because this word is very, very huge, and there are many 3D scan that you can do. And this is an example of photogrammetry made with a camera, mirrorless of Sony, and on the fly. And there is I can say the last things for people a really huge and interesting field is about texturing, because you can create every material and apply these to 3D printing, and there are many ways to do this, starting from a particular scan or using procedural system. So I mean that you can create from scratch a material that it's real but doesn't exist, and this is a little panoramic, and we can talk about this kind of things for hours, but I'm sorry, it's a very huge system, and
it's a huge topic as well, so there's so much to say. So I think we'll give the word to Valter, which can carry on, and we go back to you in a second, Diana.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Okay, I hope you can see me and hear me well. Hi everyone. So do I have to introduce?
Just 1 second. Okay. Just Diana, can you stop to share your screen, because otherwise it's going to be over the conversation.
Yeah, clearly. Here you are.
Okay, thank you very much.
So hi everyone, my name is Valter Casotto. I'm Italian. I live around Padua area, which is very close to Venice. So northeast of Italy, for everyone else that is connected with us from abroad. I did many jobs in my life. I started as a filmmaker, camera operator, and I worked on our own TV program for 3 years in major, TV channels like MTV and Italia Uno at the beginning. And I was always attracted by films and making stuff, especially. And that's how I kept these two things going for a while. After a bit, I said, okay, I really want to get involved in the special effects and prosthetics and makeup. And that's how I started, basically. But I always made up things from scratch. And so I had a chance to work abroad in London for a few, film productions. And then I came back to Italy. And I kept this thing of always trying to do new things, like investigating on new technologies and stuff with my own, way of doing things. Basically, in the last year and a half or so, we developed also photogrammetry and 3D printing, 3D scanning. So that's why I'm here, I guess.
Yes.
So, yeah. The thing is that we produce these portable photogrammetry. I don't even know how to say system that we can rig. Yeah, of course. That we can. It's portable and it's not as easy as an EVA, 3D hand scan. But still quite portable and easy to use, I would say, To be honest, I never investigated so much on a hand 3D scan because of the expense. So it's very expensive. That's why we optioned for the other way to go. And I think we achieved very good results for now. One thing I really like about it is that the level of because it's pictures, then you have all the colors informations for the 3D model. I'm sure that Javi can explain and go more into deep about that later. Javi.
Hello.
And so I like the fact that you can keep, an high quality level even on the colors of the model, basically. And for what we did, it was just what we needed. So as I said, we haven't. We just only started like 1.5 years, I would say. So the stuff that we did, I can't really show much because these projects hasn't come out yet, or there's still. Or for example, we work for other artists that is always a bit tricky to show other artist stuff. It's a bit tricky, but we did recently some shoes for Balenciaga. So we started from scratch, modeling in 3D and printing with our 3D printers, resin 3D printers, and then we have some, normal FDM, printers. And what can I say? But I can always show you something, maybe. And that there's so I must say, I can show you, how this technology is good to us and how is changing the way that we do things, especially in makeup and special effects. I hope, because maybe nobody knows exactly. So it's certainly taking away a lot. We body scanned this guy and we 3D printed the body with the normal 3D printers, and then we modeled the bodysuit in 3D, because thank God, the bodysuit had to go under the costume. But even then, there was a lot of air involved, so you can always, cover the area that that might have some problems. So we 3D modeled the body, and then we also printed we 3D printed the mold. So the whole process went 3D. You know what I'm talking about. And then we foamed inside this mold, and we got a copy out, and then we covered that with the fur and hair. And because the neck was show, because he had, like this skirt open, the shirt open, so the hair, the neck was shown, and obviously the face. So we modeled the muscle up to the neck in 3D, and we, as I said, we foamed the suit up to the neck, and we 3D printed also this neck, this foam neck, and it's a bit difficult to explain, especially for
pictures.
I will show you some pictures, but please try to understand me. So we 3D printed also the neck. So then we sculpted the silicone neck on top.
Yes.
And then we modeled that. But I show you the pictures. So basically, everything went through 3D up to the silicone piece that was covering the bodysuit. And then obviously the face was, like as always, makeup with the live cast and all of that, old school stuff. And this is how actually all this is changing our way of doing things. And I know that normal mold makers and all of us has to, I think, get involved into this, because I think it's just the way the things are going, and I think it's a smarter way to go to as well. And as we talked before with Clinton, there are so many ways that you can decide to go to, especially if time frame is different, every job is different, so it's good to have like a good range of possibilities to go through, and this is one good option. And for example, that we sculpted almost 2 years ago 2 big hyperrealistic eyes of David Bowie. And there, basically, we sculpted like a smaller model. We photoscanned the model, and then we 3D printed the internal, or like a bigger version, like the 2 meters bigger version of that. So then we had just to sculpt with plastiline the skin of the sculpture. You know what I mean? So that was very useful, because we basically avoided of building, with polystyrene or whatever foam or structure to get to the big shape. We basically 3D printed, the internal shell, as you can imagine. So that was a very less time consuming. Let me see, just a second.
To show?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Okay, I'll show you some pictures. Allora, condividi schermo.
Yeah, you have to share.
Okay.
Here we go.
Can you see?
A black screen.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your photogrammetry rig.
Yes, that was the first version. Then we made another one. So basically, this is the guy who was playing the werewolf.
Valter,
Let me show you.
Put down, please, the window of Skype, because otherwise we see the Skype in background of your images.
Yeah, it's consuming a lot of
Devi solo abbassare la finestra di Skype.
Ecco, perfetto.
Ecco qua. Just a second, guys, okay? Just a second. Yeah, so this is general. I will show you quickly, and then we will go back. Basically, we photoscanned the guy, as you've seen on this picture. Okay. Yes. And then here you can see the 2 layers, which was, the body of the guy and the volumes of the back and shoulders that we 3D sculpted on top of that.
Yeah.
Hold on, he's a bit slow for some reason. Okay. And you can see him here in the front with, thicker and stronger body structure on shoulders and back of the neck and stuff. What I was telling you before is that we basically 3D printed his body here. So the black one is the body of the guy and is 3D printed, and then we 3D printed the mold on top for that bodysuit that I just showed you. This one here, okay. So basically here the neck, we wanted to cover the bodysuit obviously with silicone, because even on front we had muscles and hair, fur coming through, a long shirt of him, like with a thicker, body structure even on the front. So the front was silicone, neck was silicone. But what I was telling you is that we 3D printed this part as well, and then you see is this black one, which is 3D printed and coated with epoxy resin to give it more structure. and then we sculpted with plastiline on top. You know, the quality of the job, you know, it wasn't the best that we could do, but because the time frame was very short. But this is again how we managed to get the things done in that frame of time. So then we obviously we printed this neck in silicon. Let me show you. Oh, this is the hand. Here you can see, you know, the process. This is the silicon piece, and we were hair punching the hair on top.
Okay.
I cannot show you the final result, to be honest, because the movie is being, you know, edited right now. So
yeah, it's too early.
Next year. This is again the same. The hands of the guy that we photo scanned and 3D printed with collapsible hand core. You know, we designed this one with magnets. So this part is collapsible, this part is collapsible, and there's this big one. You know, these two parts are collapsing from this one, and it worked very well, and we are very happy with it, because once you have in general, how do you say, basically when you design this one, you can always easily in 3D reduce volumes, so you can easily print another 3D collapsible core. You know what I mean? Once you have the structure, and in the old school way, this would take much longer.
Yeah, it's a double molding process.
Yeah, it's super complicated. Obviously, this is working very well because, you know, the gloves had to be quite thicky, you know, a bit thick. But oops, this is another job. No, okay. Let me show you more pictures. This was the sculpture. You know, quickly done, but then it had to be covered again with hair, a lot of hair. And here you can see the white layer was the bodysuit. So you can see, and then we cleaned obviously some of the texture here of the beard of the guy. So we 3D printed this one. So what I wanted to say that is this was exactly matching on top of the back structure. Yeah. That was really something that we tried for the first time, and it worked very well. Hold on. These were the pictures that I could show you. And can you see the normal panel now?
Yep.
We can see Skype.
Okay, is that good?
You have to put back the screen sharing, because now you are still sharing the screen.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Here we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect.
That's
we are
amazing.
back. Yeah, also perfect timing, because almost your time is over, so...
Oh, it's so bad to have such a little amount of time, because this topic will need a full day of discussing, because there's so much to say about it. And but we hope that it's the beginning to a bigger series of meetings, maybe, because it would be great to start this connection and talk more about the digital influence in our workflow, because it's actually something that it's unavoidable right now, and everybody needs to start to get used to.
Absolutely.
So we'll pass the word to Javier.
Hello.
Hello. Your turn.
I'm a bit nervous.
I know, but don't worry. We are in a friendly environment.
Okay.
Visible by all the world. But anyway.
Yeah, thank you. With my horrible English. It's really
don't
rusted.
Worry.
It's really
Not
frustrating.
alone.
Clinton is the only one that knows how to speak, so
Yeah.
and Rob, of
English
course.
is also my second
And
language,
Rob.
so I'm in the same boat.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Don't
Well,
worry, Javi.
come on, here we go. Hello, my name is Javi. I am from Spain, and I am animatronic designer in the industry. Usually, I work in London, and hopefully soon in Italy. But at the moment, it's a stone. I have to break it. Well,
Italy.
yeah, I want to go to Italy. The food is better than in UK. Oops. Oops.
True.
And yeah, well, for an animatronic designer, is more than artistic. The 3D print and the 3D scanning is something more than an artistic result. Is more about the technical, and a really important thing is to save time, because for us, we have to wait usually to have the the skin or the molds, to have copies, and then start. No, we need some things to start, and then the 3D scanning at the moment is a new tool, and we can save days or weeks. I'm going to show you. I'm going to share my screen. 1 second. I'm going to share this one. Can you see? Yeah. I'm going to start with the boring stuff. It's a bit. I have a little document about how I do it, or the pipeline. At the moment, I am using
Bigger? Can
bigger. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because we cannot read.
Right?
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Yes, great.
And then, at the moment, I am using a couple of systems. The first one is the Sense scanner. It's a handy scanner. It's like the EVA, but for kids. Mm-hmm. Okay, I show you. Yeah, because it's really cheaper. I'm going to show you. I don't have thumb here, but it's like a toy. Okay, but for us, it's really cool because you don't have textures. It's useless for texture, but it's really cool for volume. Okay, sometimes we don't need. For us, in a technical way, I don't need the textures. I need a volume, I need a space, okay? And the Sense scanner is really cool for this one. I'm going to show you. This is a, okay, can you hear? Okay. This is a mold, a fiberglass mold scanned with the Sense, okay? Sorry, because it's not clean, okay? It's a straight from the scanner. For us, it's useful because I can scan the mold and start to design, because I know roughly, okay, the space inside the mold, and then I can do an approach. Okay, this is with the Sense. I have 1 second. Okay, this is the Sense scanner volume, and I have the other system is the HP, okay? It's a structured light. I show you, is this one. Okay, this scanner is really cool because you can, it's more clean, okay? And the texture is really incredible, it's close. It's something between the photogrammetry, okay, and an optical, a Halley scanner. The resolution is really, really cool. And really useful for light gas and all these kind of things. It's a bit more expensive, but still cool. What I use for to put all together, I use the David 5. It is the HP software, and then when I have all the files, I do 4 groups. First one is a master. Okay, this is don't touch. Master light is more light for work more fast. Master OBJ to send to Maya or ZBrush, and this the file for for a backup. Okay. After this is is the usual process. For us, it's really important. This one is first scale and dimension check, because in an artistic way, 1 millimeter more, 1 millimeter less is is art. But for us, 1 millimeter more and 1 millimeter less is is a fault. It's a fault and can be a problem. Then this is the scan. Okay, I'm going to show you a practical example. So it's a bit tricky or creepy, not tricky, creepy to show this one. But okay, the movie is out. Don't worry. And then I'm going to show you. This is from episode 9. Okay. I don't know if you can see the video.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. All this is practical. Okay. Every one of these characters, the Aki-Akis, is a practical animatronic. Then we have more complexity in the foreground and something more simple in the back. Okay. The problem with this scene is that the supervisor arrived and said, okay, we have 10 weeks to do 400 characters. Okay. And then it's like wow, okay, we are 2 people in charge. It's 200 characters in 10 weeks. Okay, amazing. And then if you have to wait 2 weeks or 3 weeks because they need to approve the concept, do the sculpture, and then molds, and then receive the cookie foam, receive the skin. Okay, you lost 3 or 4 weeks. And only have 6 for 200 characters. Okay, and then how we save time? Basically, we receive the art from ILM, and then we take the first person that we coach is the office person. Okay. I need you 5 minutes. From the first day, we can start to design. Okay. This is, and here you can see the space inside. You can design the mech, and basically it's a save time tool. Okay, I'm going to show you a couple of pictures. Okay.
So if I didn't understand wrong, basically you take a generic scan from somebody and you start to plan the mechanism design. And
yes.
Then you will, and then later, when the sculpture is done and you can get the true measures, you can adjust the design to the actual measures. Is it?
Exactly.
So you work like a bit more generic, but you still know which part you need inside the animatronic, and then you can just change the measurements to adjust it to the face of the performer.
Exactly, because in this example, we had like 20, 30 performers, and then you have another 300 militaries or extras, and then you can't adapt each one to the head of the performer. We did big size, medium size, small size. Okay.
Okay.
Is the way that we had. And anyway, you have a performer, a proper performer. You only have to take. I don't have here. Sorry, project Trixie. You can take the part because we save each one of the parts, and then you can adapt to the performer. You can modify the profile. Okay, and but it's only. It's our minutes. You don't have to wait weeks to receive a change. And it's really interactive because in a big production, they are changing the performer each day. And then you can adapt in few minutes. When we have the final mech, we can order. In this case, we order to a third-party company because we don't have time to produce each one of the parts. We did a line. I'm going to show you a couple of pictures. Okay, this is the final match. okay, of each character. And then it's like a line. You have the mech, and then we put the skin. More or less, usually we need 1 day, 1.5 days by character to do the skinning. In this case, we had like 25 minutes because we have to do 400. Okay, I need to, oh, sorry. What is the zoom? Okay, and the thing is, after all the process, you have to break. But you know, it's on place. It's on place. Magically, it's on place. We have the joke that all this process is like if you remember Indiana Jones, the last movie, the sign Grail is when there is an invisible bridge and he have to jump. Okay, but with this process with this process is exactly the same. You have all the tool, all the information, but you have to trust in the process. Okay, yeah. we are the first generation to use all this technology. For the VFX people, it's more comfortable, but for us, it's a kind of magic and trustable process. But I think that for us is the future. Is the future because the last year was a cool thing. This year, sadly, is a necessary process. You know.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, wow. But this is what we are doing. Okay, we are. It's as Valter said, it's a research every day because we are not comfortable. We are not. For us, it's not the regular process, and then we have to try to find bridges from our process and the digital process, and try to understand what is happening in each step.
Yeah, so true. My God. Okay, so have you got any other things you have to show, or shall we move on to Clinton? Or
we can move to Clinton because it's more interesting than me.
Come on, Javi, it was great.
No.
Everybody is showing something truly amazing, and it's also very cool to see how this works in different countries. Like, it's not like it's not taken for granted that everything developed in the same way, but I mean the needs are pretty similar, so and there's many ways to get to the same result, which is the needed passage. So okay, thank you, Javi, and let's move on to Clinton and Rob. Hey guys.
Hey. Hello.
Hello, Clinton.
Hello. So guys, thanks for the opportunity. I think this is a very interesting time, especially now with COVID, and I think everybody has touched on very amazing points. And the one thing that we should learn from this is, like Javier, doesn't have to now just be 2 guys or 3 guys. Now, globally, we could all hone into certain processes where in the past we didn't have that opportunity before. So what's quite exciting for me is that now, globally, we could all contribute to a new process that we're all learning and expanding from. So we're going to go through a couple of stuff, but just to give you guys a bit of a background, I started dabbling into 3D printing and the digital stuff 2015, 2016. And I first started off with, I got frustrated because you'll receive a concept and your interpretation of that concept, and when you sculpt it, basically doesn't give you the final look of that concept. So we started dabbling with printing in clay, but then I was like, okay, yeah, I can change the clay sculpt, but I wanted to print the molds or even print the silicon directly. But we all had to go through different processes and new technologies. And so Rob and I also started collaborating quite recently, and he's been doing also animatronics, creatures, and some props. And for me, prosthetics, getting that onto the skin needed a lot more fine finessing. And it was quite a journey to get through that. And through different processes and meeting different people, you start to learn and expand on that knowledge. So I'm going to share with you guys a couple of stuff. I hope that it all plays with, but then if Rob wants to contribute and just basically explain as I go through that and what his experience was through this new system and how we all basically now get together to form a new way of working. So I'm gonna share my screen and then let Rob start talking, and I'll maybe talk through some of the images.
Right. So it's really, really interesting to see how many people have embraced digital. It's super exciting. Digital is really good for a number of reasons. It addresses a lot of permanent frustrations with the traditional methods. For me, the first thing digital's non-linear. You know, the traditional process is very linear: sculpt, mold, core, animatronics. For animatronics guys, always get to do the work on the last evening before you shoot. With digital, you can branch off at the get-go, and you can start parallel processes. And as Javier demonstrated, you semi-guarantee that it all comes together. And the more strict your digital process, the more you guarantee that everything comes together. The other thing is that in the concept phase, in prep, a lot of the concept assets are created digitally. And very often they're created by VFX. And it kind of sort of sets the bar. And then they get distributed as 2D images, and everybody goes off and does their manufacturing. With a digital-centric pipeline, you can consider that first digital asset as a shared digital asset. And if you have a process in your shop that is digital-centric, you can then take that asset and run it through your pipeline and guarantee that not only do all your elements come together, but the result is very close to what VFX is doing, because that asset propagates through multiple pipelines. And that's kind of why we started experimenting with this, is to address those frustrations. Oh,
wow.
The final reason is...
Look at that. Sorry, we need to stop for a minute. Oh my God.
To explain to you guys what happened here was we were in a position where we had to work with two famous soccer players, and they were in Germany. And so they wanted to do a quick commercial. We had literally 2-3 days, and we got them scanned in Germany. But then they gave us actors here, body doubles, that didn't remotely look like them. But they needed to be an older version of themselves, much older. So yeah, we sculpted in ZBrush, and then we created the parts, 3D printed them in a powder form. Now, this was before we realized how or learned how to print the molds directly. So we just basically took what we had and then took the 3D printed parts and then cast them in clay and fixed them. So this was the start for us in the early days. And here you can see this is the powder-centric print. And this was the first time we didn't have ZBrush back then, didn't have measuring or ways to check thicknesses. So we had to find workarounds on that. But with what it is now today, we'll show you guys later, there's a lot more that you could do. And as Rob explained, like a lot of different departments, props, makeup, animatronics, costume, all of those departments can now all work all at the same time, where in the past, as Javier said, you have to wait for somebody to do something. Now, if there's one designer, a hybrid artist that really understands the entire process, he could distribute parts so that all the departments are actually now working at the same time, which is amazing.
And then also, the software's evolved. So when we started out, the software was mainly dedicated to either VFX or engineering, and you couldn't bridge the gap. You couldn't bring an organic model easily into an engineering application. That's changed now, and we'll be able to demonstrate in a little clip how you could bring assets, digital assets like a created model, which is an organic sculpt, from ZBrush, put it into an application which is an engineering application like Fusion 360, and then model your engineered parts, and then take those engineered parts.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow. That's so cool. Next level.
So now also foam latex is going directly into 3D printed molds. I mean, it's a game changer in terms of having all the different departments working at the same time.
Totally. Look at that.
So you can see the whole process stays digital. You know, we test the mechanics inside the digitally sculpted glove, and when we know everything fits, we 3D print the molds. We run the foam directly in the 3D printed molds, and it comes together, dare I say, like a glove.
Wow.
I'm speechless.
Okay, just pause here for a second.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So this next clip is an animatronic we had to build for a character. The character was created by visual effects. They sculpted the hero concept art in ZBrush. So what we did was we used their sculpt. We hardly changed it. We just reproportioned it to a 3D scan of the actor to make sure that it would fit. And this is part of the process. So we just cleaned up some of made the lines deeper, took it in. This is Fusion 360, building the eye mechanism, testing the mechanics. The animatronics was finished before we did the skin. I mean, that's unheard of. Then we took the mechanics back to ZBrush. Inside ZBrush, we could reposition the eyes to guarantee they fit this time. Then we generated the molds, 3D printed them, and we ran the foam into the 3D printed molds. And unfortunately, I can't show much of the result because this is not out yet. But yeah, so you can see it completely closes the loop now. It's you know, the margin for error is near zero because we stay digital for as long as we can.
Wow.
Yeah, so in my process, we needed to kind of use older technologies or older processes to find faster ways of doing it. And as said, is by creating the prosthetics in overlapping pieces, we can check everything digitally, flatten it digitally, 3D print the flat mold, run the prosthetic in there. The next step now is to 3D print the silicon directly and skip that process as well. So that is what we're trying to experiment with as well. Unfortunately, with this one, we also can't show the end result because it's still, it's not out at the moment. But the one thing that I want to show is that we did a character and Rob was in the States, they changed this character performer last minute, and we had to, we had less than 3 weeks to do this entire suit, prosthetics, mechanics, stilts, and if it was not for the digital workflow and a very small crew, there was no way we would have been able to pull this off. So while Rob was in LA, or somewhere, Seattle. We got the guy, the performers scanned, started cutting, laser cutting some of the patterns for his undersuit, printing some of the textures, and we used all different types of technology.
it's very important that we get these risk actions. So all I basically said was
so this is just like while we are working from different parts of the world, trying to plan with very little time how we're going to do this. Like I said, laser cutting, 3D printing, foam CNC cutting. I did a quick projection to kind of see how we're going to get and work with these proportions. He has to be in stilts. There's so much technical aspects that could go wrong, and so in a very short time, so this workflow really has helped us solve a lot of problems. So Rob is on the other side of the world while he's busy on the hand. We are busy on the suit and the prosthetics. The prosthetics was literally done, the face prosthetics was, I'm not lying, done in less than 24 hours, sculpt, mold, and cast, because we had a camera test the next day.
Wow.
So we really had to maneuver. And so...
Come on.
So, we are figuring out stuff, and then we just quickly laser cut out of wood a quick mock-up so we could get the performer in, quickly check what is going to work, is it going to fit, what is the weight. The life cost was CNC. So the life cost was CNC cut in foam. So we've got his body. Body. So we could quickly assemble and build our costume and fit our costume on there. So this was sent to somebody else to cut while Rob was busy on the arms, while we were busy on the suit and the facial prosthetics. Quite a lot of stuff here. I think so. We did within a very quick time, we did a quick test.
Look at this. Wow. It looks awesome.
I'll check now. So we're cutting the textures for the arm. Let's see now. Oh, so was the first mech. And then obviously I had to go lighter, cut out some parts. But iteration could happen very quickly. 3D printing the outer parts, and then with the textures that were also a combination of the workflow.
And the whole time we could jump in between the mechanical application, Fusion 360, and then the organic sculpting, ZBrush, and we could continuously test that what we're doing mechanically fits inside the sculpted model.
So how many people were involved in this process for this character?
So on my side, we were 4, and then on Rob's side, it was him and then the guys who did the cutting.
The CNC company there, about 6 guys there.
Yeah.
And a total working time?
2.5 weeks for the entire suit, prosthetics, everything.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
That's like new.
This is just showing we had another character, so we just like a little prop that was just resin printed, and then but it's the same workflow. It's just now for a small little guy, so we can plan the maquettes and all of those things. So we had a little prop as well. So we had a lot of things that we had to do in a small amount of time. So printing the molds, you cast into it directly, whether it's now small or prosthetic. Yeah, it all changes.
Look at the inversion.
Yeah. So Rob can explain. So again, if you guys do bodysuits and prosthetics, as you know, when we work with stuff, seam filling, we all hate seam filling. So we've found a way to get away from having to do that.
What we started doing is before you start this,
Okay.
we started levering digital technology because, like, as we delve deeper and deeper into digital, we found out that there were things that you obviously can do on a computer that you couldn't do practically. So we were looking for a way of creating a new type of molding system for digital, specifically for digital, so we could practically cut and print, but avoid things like seam filling. So traditionally, if you had to make a mold of something like this, you'd need multiple splits, which mean that you would have teams sitting, patching the foam, and we're getting less time and less money on every job, so we're trying to speed stuff up. So we experimented with an inversion mold, what we call an inversion mold, where we keep the large geometry of the shape, but we invert only the texture. So Clinton will demonstrate.
Okay.
You can see that. And now what we do is we invert the texture. There we go. And that's a new type of mold. So now, when you cast onto this, you get your large geometry, you get your texture, you turn it inside out. And this is what the mold looks like. This goes to the cutters, and they cut that now.
You're fucking genius. Yeah.
And we run the foam directly on that, directly on the cut foam. We run hot foam, and the results are amazing.
Yeah, so like prosthetic neck pieces, we've done prosthetic neck pieces, arms, all the seams are now on the inside. And
well, there are no seams.
Well, there are no seams.
You can make the jacket with as many seams as you want because you're turning it inside out.
What about the changing of size when you turn it inside out? Do you get much change with the size of it? Like,
that's a very good question.
Yes.
Yeah. Look, we've been through quite a lot of experimentation. So when you build the sort of the layer stack, there is a size on one of the layers, and we know relative to the silicon we want to run or the foam we want to run, how much shrinkage we need to apply to the model before we do the inversion mold.
Yeah, so by now we kind of know how we need to sculpt the texture, how much we need to sculpt in ZBrush. Are we going to do foam latex? Are we going to do silicon? So if we've measured an actor or anybody's arm, we know how much we need to change the dimensions with so that you get a good fit. And I've probably done now about 8 different tests. So we know now exactly what we need to do. And so we've started a site called Has Legacy, which is Hybrid Artist Solutions Legacies. So the idea is so that we could find and start a platform where we could all share and teach each other different techniques and different ways of working and workflows, because we need a digital workshop. And we need to bring and hone in all those different disciplines. And basically what we all are doing is we're creating a whole range of solutions and recipes. And once you understand those recipes, you can then do all of that. So these were done with the inversion. So all the seams are on the inside. And they are basically just slip-ons, silicon pieces.
Amazing. Guys, we have a question from viewers, and they ask, apart from ZBrush, which other softwares you use in your workflow? the names of the softwares?
Well, there's a couple. So sometimes it could be Blender, Claude 3D, Fusion 360, Photoshop. If you're working in laser cutting, it's Lightburn. So, yeah, the one thing we've learned is that you don't need to know the entire software package. If you only know certain parts of a certain type of software, you've equipped yourself with the correct tools to be able to push you in any direction. It's like when we all started and Airbrush came out, Airbrush was just another tool, and everybody was thinking, oh, now I only have to use an Airbrush. And then HD cameras came out and everybody's, no, you have to use Airbrush. I use whatever is good for that particular job or that particular makeup. So sometimes I'll use a sponge, a brush, whatever it needs. And that's the important thing, is to kind of pick certain softwares that are good for certain applications or certain processes.
Wow.
I mean, if I can add to that, a couple of things that I've discovered in the workflow is right in the beginning, the challenge was moving between applications, because the thing that you've got to understand about 3D modeling and the software packages out there, even though they seem to be doing the same thing, they use different architecture. So, for instance, if you want to move a model from a mesh modeling like Blender or ZBrush into something parasolid like Fusion 360 or Solid Edge, you encounter a lot of problems. You know, and you have to find those workarounds. Now, I found that like Fusion 360, which is an engineering package, has a T-spline modeling side, which means it can tolerate a certain amount of mesh. So if you know how to work inside ZBrush with discipline and you work with tidy quad meshes, you can take those into Fusion 360 and you can turn them into a solid and continue with your workflow. So in choosing your software, you need to know your workflow, because you need to know which of those applications can play nice. And that's one of the things that Clinton and I would like to introduce through the platform we're creating, is to give the artists some of the workarounds that we've figured out.
Amazing.
Yeah.
What do the other guys think of this? Because you've been quiet, apart from some. Wow.
Yeah, it's like wow. Open mouth. Yeah, I agree with the main problem is to move files from package. You know, it's a pain when you have to move something from Maya or ZBrush to Fusion, Solid Edge, or this kind of things. But yeah, it's for the reason I said that we are the first generation to use this. We are discovering how to do it, because when you are in the digital world, you have a kind of problem. When you are in the physical world, you have another problem. But when you are in the middle of the digital and physical, you have all the problems. Okay, and it's really important to test. It's a new how is personal project generation. We are doing a lot of research and development for all the process, and for me, guys, it's incredible. Okay, what you do is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, and it's you're exactly right. There's so much experimentation. Like, for instance, just taking this mold is using FDM with different types of resins. What worked? What is the wall pitch like? All of those things are new things you're discovering along the way. But I would say now we've done quite a lot of experimentation, and we're excited to launch the platform where we could share and buy each other's digital assets, so we could just work faster and smarter in a way. Because now, for instance, if I've got a life cost digital scan of, let's say, for instance, Idris Elba, he doesn't have to go and sit through that again, and we could share assets now and
yes,
hopefully
Unless a person ages.
Even if they do age, there's a way to quickly do a cheaper scan without using expensive equipment, because your base is what is important. And I've worked with some of the stuff that is older and some of them that are new. So there are pros and cons of each process.
Wow. And Diana and Valter, what do you think? We might, Clinton, we might need to ask you to not share the screen anymore, because we are actually getting close and we want to see everybody.
Can I say something?
Okay. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I mean, here I think if anyone knows something about this, and even a small thing, they can clearly realize the way we are going. And I think here Clinton is showing us, a lot that we can do with this. And I think the world is changing very fast. I was just, I'm surprised. I'm really happy about this. I always, as I said at the beginning, I'm an enthusiastic of discovering new ways of and using new technologies. Here in Italy, there's a bit of a problem about money.
Well, South Africa is the same.
I don't think it's only Italy, Valter.
No,
it's everywhere in the world apart from US and England.
No, I know. It was just an introduction to say that I'm struggling myself, like pushing those boundaries, and because if I do investigate, it's always on my own time and money. You know what I mean? But I think we should do that. But then, because I think it will, if we act in a good way, then it will come back eventually. Like for example, for the live cast that you just said, we can share the digital file, and you can earn some money from that. So you invested at the beginning, but then eventually it might come back. Hopefully, that's what I mean. And I'm, what can I say? I love your work, all of you guys, and I think it's the way to go.
This is a revolution.
So we got another question that say, with which program you create the mold from a model you create in ZBrush? And if this program is not a parametric program,
yeah, sorry. They ask how you achieve the negative mold from a ZBrush model, since the software from ZBrush is not a parametric program which gets molds like SolidWorks. I don't know if it explains, but probably it's about the type of files.
So
I can, basically we taught ZBrush how to be parametric. Which was a long time.
Great.
That was one of our biggest frustrations. But I mean, the guys at Pixelogic have been doing great work. I mean, they understand their user base is now becoming more practical. It's not just a virtual application anymore. It now respects that people want to print their models, they want to create practical things. So they've done a lot of work. And then we've created a lot of sort of highly templated Z-tool working spaces that we share with one another. That kind of forces us to be in a semi-parametric framework. So when we're doing the Boolean functions to create the mold, because I create the molds in ZBrush, and when we do that, we know what our extraction percentages are, we know what we're doing, so we don't always have to measure stuff. We can, in good faith, apply an extraction and create a wall thickness and move ahead that way. So as long as you stay within that discipline, you're fine. And then what we have is we always make sure that we have an assortment of primitives, because ZBrush has this nasty habit that when you UV, that it loses dimension. we have a couple of primitives in that space that allow us to redimension our space and fix it if it goes wrong. But yeah, it's been a workaround. I used to try and do it in Fusion 360, but I just found in the end that, you know, if we can teach ZBrush to play nice, we can do it in ZBrush.
Wow.
Yeah, I think the important thing is, and this is where it all connects, is we both share certain assets within our ZBrush workspace and work with certain disciplines. And I think this is the important thing that everybody needs to start understanding is, if we all work according to the same discipline, then cohesively all those things and the programs start to work for what you wanted to do. Mm-hmm. And it was quite an experiment for us to kind of do certain things within ZBrush, and we're trying to stay everything in ZBrush if we can.
When I start a project on a TV show or a feature, I basically supply empty base models to all the concept artists that have been dimensioned. I supply to them in their format, in whatever they want to work in. I'll supply them primitives, and they got to make sure that when they send their concept arts back to me, that primitive is still in there. And it just installs discipline in the art department that then flows through to manufacturing. And when you do that,
it's like giving them a core.
It's basically giving them a framework to work within that pipes into your workflow. It saves you not just hours, it saves you days when you get the concept.
Yeah. Wow. So cool, guys. Are you planning to do some online classes?
Yeah, so the website. Yes.
Yeah, please.
So you guys can go to haslegacy.com and you can go and register.
We went on it.
You can go and register. We've created a platform where you can register. Do you want to do costume, prosthetics, animatronics, props? And we are planning master classes where we will share with people the workflows, but also the disciplines, so that we could cohesively start working together in terms of, so let's say, for instance, Valter needs to do a design and he needs to pass it on to Javier to do something for him, that we're all working from the same foundation. When we're all working from the same foundation, we had to work with other artists before, but if they don't stick to the disciplines, it cost us weeks to fix certain things. So now if we share what those disciplines are and what the foundations are needed, we save each other time and we all can focus on what we are specialized in. And that's the key.
I totally agree. I had exactly the same problem with Balenciaga, because we were like connecting different workshops from one guy that didn't know not even like visualizing STL on his MacBook, and you know what I'm talking about. And obviously, every single workshop was using their own way to do things, machines and technology, wherever. It was just nonsense. Even for the basics, it was like, oh, okay, hold on a minute. Let me talk directly to the guy. And it was, so I think this thing that you're saying is just the right way to go, and is needed. I think, as well, like we should all build this way. It's like, Dick Smith teaching,
Yes.
You have to do this and then that, and it's like a combination of different aspects from bigger words put together to make a line and a good process. We recently also collaborated for this movie with the visual effects guys. Because there was an incantation on a girl, and she became older, like a witchy makeup. And so we body scanned the girl before and after makeup, so they could work much easier and faster with transformations in between the two.
That's so
You see, and they were like, "Oh, are you really supplying us the two versions?" And like, I think we saved them like a good month of work, and you know, and it's good in between us. But I think that we also have to teach the production companies this, because they couldn't even understanding what we were supplying to the visual effects guys, you know,
like
free.
Yes, we flipped the business. Now we are providing the stuff to the VFX.
Guys, unfortunately, the time is up. I'm so sorry. I mean, we have a minute, like, literally. But it's a long day, and we got more things coming up. Clinton, you were talking, though. You were saying something.
Yeah, so the one thing that we haven't shown yet is that a lot of the assets that we then now create can plug into VFX, and been experimenting with VR, and also we didn't show it now, but putting the prosthetics onto the actor's face, and we manipulate it so that I can see, oh, it needs to be thick here or thinner here, and you can change the shapes without affecting the textures, and now VFX can use those same assets. It's a game changer.
Yeah.
But we definitely need to arrange another conference with visual effects guys too for the next live on YouTube, I think, no?
Oh, this needs to be brought over. Sorry, Diana.
I have a question for Clinton, but sometimes so you can do things for VFX and SFX at the same time? Because I saw, for example, Wita, and they made things in the same workflow, preparing things for the VFX and props to match this word, these sides, to match the things. It's I mean, in a movie you can do props, physical props, but you have the same in the VFX. And cooperating this side is a really good thing. But in Italy, I didn't see this yet in my experience, and it.
So when we create our sculpts, we work with, because it makes sculpting better, we work with what's called very good topology. In other words, the mesh, which is the wireframe that the model is made out of. We work with tremendous discipline, and we make sure that is of a value that you can hand over to VFX. Because often we test a lot of the movement, like when I did the character that you saw with the blink, I test the blink and the mouth movement inside ZBrush using morph targets to know that I like the movement before I build the mechanics. So all those layers and all the subdivision layers and everything gets handed over to VFX, and they can use that. And we do that on a number of the things we build. So we're very strict with the topology when we're creating our assets, because we want to know that they are value to VFX.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Wow. Guys, it's time for our farewells. Sorry to say goodbye, and I want to thank you so much for this contribution, because it's so important. And I feel kind of overwhelmed that I know I got to learn so much now. And but I don't want to be afraid of it. I want to start little by little. And yeah, I hope this platform that Clinton's made is gonna be of help, and it's gonna spread more knowledge. So guys, thank you so much, and thank you for being part of these editions. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shit.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
E adesso passiamo alla presentazione del secondo shot dal nostro contest, perché quello che abbiamo visto 2 ore fa fondamentalmente è quello che succedeva stamattina alle 8:30, ma invece cosa sta succedendo adesso? Quindi abbiamo qui una piccola ripresa dei nostri partecipanti.
Hi guys, now it's time to see again what the contestants are doing, and the shot that you saw before is from this morning, so I'm sure they are quite further on in their job, so let's have a look to it.
Bueno, el asunto era que encontré una noticia en la que decía que los bebés estaban desarrollando cierto tipo de cáncer en los pulmones debido a la contaminación ambiental. Entonces me vino a la mente que en mi país hay un cáncer, que es la violencia que crece y que los niños están adquiriendo esa forma de vivir sin darnos cuenta a veces. Entonces estoy construyendo algo que tiene que ver con el mal que hemos creado como sociedad en nuestros niños, pero también comparándolo con la forma en la que nos tratamos unos a otros. Los hombres matan a sus mujeres, las mujeres matan a sus niños, y eso es un cáncer a lo que nos ha llevado esta forma errónea de vivir, creo yo. Y es una contaminación en el ambiente que genera un mal en nuestra sociedad. Creo que es más o menos de lo que trata este asunto.
Okay.
En eso estoy trabajando.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Massimiliano.
Eccomi. Allora, io ho puntato più sul realismo e quindi sto riproducendo un bambino africano affetto da idrocefalia e lo ricoprirò anche di pustole di vaiolo, che non è una cosa molto simpatica, e quindi ho pensato a un livello, diciamo, di biohazard abbastanza alto, abbastanza elevato. E comunque, come dicevo prima, appunto, puntavo di più sul realismo che sulla fantasia, tant'è che queste sono malattie tristemente reali. E basta, adesso vado avanti così, insomma. Penso di non avere altro da aggiungere al momento.
Grazie mille. Lisa?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we do. Good.
So mine is a woman, definitely. I wanted to make a female creature because most of the times you see male creatures and it's time for a female one. And yeah, so the story behind it, she was working in like a one of these factories where they have like all the toxic stuff, and they had like a typical explosion happening, and all the people who worked there just were going to grow into creatures and mutants, and weird shapes, and without a brain, of course. So yeah, that's how far she is.
Okay, thank you very much. Gabriele?
Ok, mi senti?
Sì.
Io ho pensato a una cosa molto, in realtà, fantasiosa. Ho pensato a un futuro post-apocalittico dopo varie esplosioni nucleari, e questo uomo molto deformato, molto anche rettile se vogliamo, che non ha più le braccia, e io ho voluto dare un significato un po' quasi divino, che gli sono state tolte per aver distrutto invece di creare in qualche modo, e quindi si sta cibando di un topo che tiene sulla zampa, e è tutto abbastanza contorto, e insomma vediamo ora come si svilupperà.
Perfetto, grazie. Nico?
Yeah, for me, it's a little bit similar. I thought about sculpting something similar to this, so it's like the future, and the environment is so polluted, so all the humans mutated. Like, they are not only human anymore, they are also animal. So you can see the future by the futuristic armor, the harness, and the face of is like a female one, but with the nose of a rabbit, maybe. I'm not sure. Definitely an animal nose. Yeah, we'll see what it will be at the end.
Good, thank you very much.
Bentornati, questa conferenza è stata eccezionale a dir poco e sono ancora un po' emozionata perché era tanto che volevamo farla ed è stato abbastanza complesso unire le persone da varie parti del mondo senza intoppi, ma devo dire che per fortuna ce la stiamo facendo e quello che hanno portato come conoscenza è pazzesco. Questa conferenza invece che presento ora è con Andrea Leanza, che saluto, ciao Andrea, e Federica Castelli che ci raggiungerà in un attimo, a breve, perché ovviamente quella di prima è andata talmente bene che non potevamo insomma sfidare il fato, e quindi ci stiamo cercando di risolvere dietro le quinte qualche problemino tecnico, ma Federica sarà con noi presto. E eccola, grande Fede, ciao, eccoci. Allora, abbiamo pescato Andrea e Federica, ovviamente, che hanno appena finito un progetto, comunque non hanno ancora recuperato, e quindi li abbiamo disturbati in un momento sarebbe di recupero, ma vabbè, ultimo colpo finale. E li abbiamo invitati perché di recente hanno collaborato a un film che ha scaturito parecchio scalpore per la complessità del make-up. Prima di entrare in questo discorso, però, volevo insomma presentarvi un attimo questi ospiti, perché Andrea, oltre che essere un collega, è un amico. Abbiamo avuto modo di collaborare su varie produzioni, e anche con Federica successivamente l'ho conosciuta, abbiamo anche lavorato insieme, e quindi sono molto contenta di averli potuti invitare per parlare di questa loro esperienza. E non vi sto a dire tutti i credits dei ragazzi, perché hanno fatto veramente un sacco di progetti straordinari, e in particolare quest'ultimo, che è stato Hammamet, dove hanno trasformato Francesco Favino in Craxi. È stato particolarmente rilevante per la nostra professione, perché hanno potuto sperimentare largamente con tecniche e stampi differenti, e dato che poco fa abbiamo fatto una conferenza sulle tecnologie 3D, devo dire che anche questo loro lavoro è stato toccato da nuovi processi, e quindi direi di far parlare direttamente Andrea, e poi possiamo anche fare degli accenni ad altri progetti, ma mi premeva molto di entrare subito in questo, perché comunque è importante vedere un caso studio più specifico, visto che prima abbiamo parlato delle varie tecnologie 3D applicate al lavoro. Questa è una messa in pratica, e quindi potete raccontarci come avete coniugato le tecniche. Quindi raccontaci un attimo, Andre, come è partito questo progetto e come l'avete sviluppato.
Allora, diciamo che noi ci trovavamo impegnati su un altro progetto, e quindi c'è stato l'esigenza di muoversi in fretta per riuscire ad avere il prima possibile la testa dell'attore sulla quale poter iniziare a lavorare. Per vari motivi, quindi abbiamo optato per la scansione 3D e la stampa 3D. Questo perché il make-up che saremmo andati a eseguire avrebbe coperto interamente la testa dell'attore, e quindi non avevamo la necessità di sfumare texture scolpita con texture naturale dell'attore. Non dovevamo matchare la pelle vera dell'attore, tutto ciò che vedete sul make-up è scolpito, e quindi a noi interessavano i volumi perfetti dell'attore, ma non la sua texture. Per questo abbiamo optato appunto per la scansione, e se ne è occupata Diana Branca, ha fatto la scansione e la pulizia del file e la suddivisione dei pezzi, e una volta che ci ha mandato il file abbiamo potuto fare la stampa 3D, se ne è occupato Cristian Colombo, e da lì abbiamo ripulito il pezzo, stuccato, lucidato, fatto un master molding, e
Scusami, ti interrompo, ma forse, visto quello che chiedeva Vale, questa cosa può interessare. All'epoca noi avevamo anche chiesto a Diana se poteva leggermente ridurre il volume del collo, perché sapevamo che avremmo fatto un collo tutto tondo e quindi volevamo che si aderisse perfettamente, e quindi
Sì,
avevamo chiesto di
perché-
farlo direttamente in stampa 3D, questa riduzione.
Sì, perché solitamente quando fai dei colli, noi abbiamo preso la decisione di fare questo collo tutto tondo con uno stampo senza seaming, quindi un collapsible con i due pezzi interni del core scomponibili, e la parte esterna col negativo della texture in un unico pezzo. Ogni volta che
spiegare come mai hai preso questa decisione? Possiamo proprio entrare nel tecnico, perché essendo una cosa dedicata agli artisti degli effetti speciali, possiamo proprio far capire a chi non conosce bene il processo cosa significa scegliere di fare un collo a tutto tondo invece di fare uno in due parti, che vantaggi ha?
Certo, allora il vantaggio è che intanto riduce di molto i tempi di trucco, e noi avevamo già 4 ore totali di trucco per questa applicazione, perché erano 9 pezzi da applicare. Inoltre c'è anche il vantaggio che tutte le linee di stampaggio, quindi la seam line, viene all'interno della protesi, e quindi ti permette di eliminarla a mano o al massimo con delle forbicine, ma non serve fare stuccature. E questo è un grosso vantaggio, perché avendo dovuto produrre più di 500 protesi, se avessimo dovuto avere teaming line su tutte le protesi sarebbe stato veramente un lavoro immane, e già lo è stato. Noi abbiamo fatto 39 giorni di riprese, e quindi appunto abbiamo prodotto 9 pezzi per 39 più tutti i provini che abbiamo fatto prima. In totale, compresi anche un po' gli scarti, più di 500 pezzi sono stati prodotti. Quindi c'è un vantaggio in tempo di produzione e di sistemazione dei pezzi, e un vantaggio in applicazione, perché invece di avere magari 2 pezzi di collo o 3 addirittura a volte, ne hai uno solo che viene calzato. Tra l'altro durante l'applicazione abbiamo deciso a un certo punto di incollare tutto, asciugare, incipriare, e una volta che avevamo sistemato in posizione la protesi, sollevavamo dei pezzi e con uno spruzzino, con del thinner, riattivavamo il telesis e potevamo riappoggiare la protesi, si incollava molto più velocemente, piuttosto che stare a spennellare tutto direttamente in applicazione. Sì. Inoltre abbiamo deciso di scolpire delle chiavi di riscontro, dato che c'è un grosso ingrassamento dall'attore al personaggio, ci permetteva di avere abbastanza volume per riuscire a scolpire proprio delle chiavi di riscontro anche abbastanza evidenti, e questo ci permetteva di matchare esattamente la posizione delle guance, perché sulla parte del taglio del collo avevamo queste 3 chiavette che andavamo poi a incastrare proprio come un puzzle. I pezzi in tutto erano 9, appunto, come dicevo prima, e quindi avevamo il collo, le guance e il mento in un unico pezzo, poi avevamo il labbro superiore col naso, anche se col senno di poi forse avrei diviso il labbro superiore, adesso pensandoci, perché...
come mai?
Perché durante il giorno comunque c'è molto rischio, ci sono state molte scene dove l'attore deve mangiare, comunque faceva anche molto caldo, lui ha un'espressività molto, cioè la recitazione era molto, con dei sorrisi molto larghi, con delle parlate agitate a volte, quindi il rischio che venissero fuori difetti sulle labbra era molto alto. E se tu hai solamente un pezzettino di labbro che poi puoi scollare e rincollarne uno nuovo a metà giornata, è molto meglio piuttosto che avere labbro e naso in un unico pezzo, anche se comunque c'era la comodità appunto di avere meno pezzi possibile. La nostra preoccupazione era molto sui tempi di trucco, perché era quello che spaventava di più tutti quanti, anche a livello di produzione, perché come puoi immaginare, se hai già 4 ore in testa, più tra tutto, tra trucco e costume, aveva 5 ore di preparazione l'attore, in più poi stai 7 ore sul set, sono già 12, quando torni hai un'ora di trasporti, più un'ora di struccaggio, diventano 13 ore al giorno di lavoro. Per 2 mesi e mezzo è molto impegnativo anche proprio per l'attore, è molto stressante. E non aveva, tra l'altro lui è il protagonista, quindi è sempre in scena, e non avevamo la possibilità di dargli delle giornate di riposo in mezzo, se non quelle stabilite il giorno di riposo a settimana. Quindi è stato molto impegnativo, e poi adesso al di là della parte tecnica, se volete continuiamo con quella, ma mi viene in mente anche a livello proprio di cura della pelle dell'attore, e qui Federica puoi parlare tu, ci siamo dovuti occupare molto di questo aspetto perché è molto stressante per un attore indossare per tutti quei giorni di fila un trucco del genere.
Beh sì, comunque la pelle non respira mai in tutte queste 13 ore dal primo pezzo fino alla fine, per 6 giorni a settimana la pelle non respira, quindi ovviamente poi prendersene cura è un must. E devo dire che la pelle di Pierfrancesco aveva reagito benissimo, però stavamo lì, lo struccaggio veniva fatto alla fine con le salviette umide riscaldate, però preparavamo la camomilla, dopodiché creme o sieri, sì, ma tutti più possibile naturali, senza, appunto, senza altre robe che gli tappassero la pelle, altre cose molto siliconiche o in generale, o anche niente. Non abbiamo mai avuto il problema con lui del dire no, gli mettiamo questa cosa che magari è troppo grassa e domani non si incollano bene le protesi, perché a un certo punto la pelle era talmente comunque stanca che risucchiava tutto senza problemi. Però non ha mai avuto arrossamenti, faceva anche tipo saune facciali lui per riuscire a liberarsi dei residui di tutte queste giornate. Però è un aspetto fondamentale perché altrimenti una settimana e poi la settimana dopo il tuo attore non gira più.
Assolutamente. E come prodotti, che cosa utilizzavate? Proprio dall'inizio dell'arrivo all'applicazione? Avevate un routine sempre uguale?
No, in realtà abbiamo un po' variato anche a seconda delle necessità e a seconda anche del tipo di giornate, perché è vero che eravamo ad Hammamet, ma non faceva sempre così caldo come si pensava e a volte erano comunque scene al chiuso, quindi anche tipo lo sweat stop, che magari ogni tanto, soprattutto se erano tutte scene di fuori, utilizzavamo a litri per aiutarlo a non sudare eccessivamente, a non diventare una bolla unica. E per il resto no, tendenzialmente pulizia della pelle e protettivi. Poi era solo alla sera che c'era un po' più di cura. C'è anche da dire che molto spesso comunque Pierfrancesco però preferiva andare a farsi una doccia, quindi io gli ho lasciato più che altri prodotti. E per i prodotti nello specifico non ho in realtà una marca, nel senso che li variamo e poi in realtà c'è quella crema che tu Vale conosci. Quella in realtà è stato uno dei prodotti principali utilizzati lì su Hammamet.
Sì, è una crema bio, si può dire.
Sì, una crema mio, però senza
Sì,
marca.
esatto. Ma niente, tornerei un attimo alla scelta dei vari pezzi, no? Siamo arrivati al naso col labbro attaccato. Andre.
Allora, per quel tipo di protesi ci siamo resi conto studiando il core e studiando il tipo di forma che doveva avere il naso che avremmo avuto dei problemi di sottosquadra e quindi è stato deciso di suddividere il core del naso in 3 pezzi.
Perché l'obiettivo era riuscire ad avere perfetto quest'angolo qua, quello proprio della narice. E invece di tapparlo un pochettino lo volevamo proprio il suo e quindi è stato diviso in 3 pezzi, anzi 3 pezzi più il pezzo unico che teneva tutti gli altri insieme.
Sì. Purtroppo a causa di un problema tecnico non siamo riusciti ad avere le foto, ma adesso vediamo se riusciamo con Andrea ad averne qualcuna.
Sì.
Intanto puoi andare pure avanti.
Sto cercando in questo momento.
Grande.
Stessa cosa, praticamente gli stampi scomponibili che avevamo erano quello del naso e labbro superiore, quello del collo e quello della calotta della testa. E anche la calotta era uno stampo scomposto in 4 pezzi, cioè 3 pezzi più una base di incastro che faceva da sostegno di tutti gli altri. E diciamo che abbiamo passato davvero un bel po' di giorni solamente a disegnare quello che avremmo voluto fare, con cervellamenti vari, ragionamenti, ma se facciamo così poi risparmiamo su questo, però dopo diventa più lungo quest'altro, questa cosa viene più facile ma quest'altra diventa più complicata. È stato davvero difficile, abbiamo avuto un sacco di discussioni, poi abbiamo preso queste decisioni e quindi alla fine i nostri stampi, adesso vediamo se si riesce, condividi schermo questo.
Sì,
Vediamo.
esatto. No, se
E
riesci perfetto,
vedete,
perché così riusciamo a vedere bene di cosa stiamo parlando, perché è proprio un discorso molto visivo, oltre che verbale.
Sì, è complicato. Oddio.
È
voi
successo
vedete?
l'infinito.
Ah,
Eccoci, sì, sì,
ecco.
sì, perfetto.
Ok, sto aprendo un paio di foto.
Purtroppo ho avuto un
Computer.
problema col
Comunque,
computer oggi. Sì, no, aspettiamo qualche secondo
sì,
che vada online, quindi...
dovete scusarmi di sta cosa, ma non so cosa è successo proprio oggi a sto computer, non sta...
Non ti
E comunque,
preoccupare, aspettiamo qualche secondo perché prima è apparso, quindi magari deve soltanto caricare l'immagine. Stai aprendo un programma? Perché
sì,
so fai
sto
solo
aprendo
anteprima.
la foto.
Ok.
Comunque, diciamo così, per fare il riassunto appunto dei vari pezzi, c'erano appunto il collo, le guance e il mento in un unico pezzo, il naso e il labbro superiore in un altro pezzo, il labbro inferiore, la calotta che arrivava fino alla parte alta degli occhi e poi due palpebre in bondo e i lobi delle orecchie sempre in silicone. In più lui indossava anche una dentiera per cambiargli il sorriso e l'apertura della bocca. Quindi
La
praticamente
dentiera
io non
l'avete
sapevo.
fatta prima di tutto il lavoro perché vi influenzava magari la forma sotto del viso o è una cosa che avete fatto a parte?
Allora,
Contemporanea o
c'è da dire
successivamente?
che in pratica il discorso è questo, che c'era stato chiesto dal regista di intervenire il meno possibile all'inizio sull'attore e questo vuol dire che voleva che usassimo meno protesi possibile, meno cose fastidiose possibile, eccetera. E voleva mantenere proprio più l'attore che il personaggio. Dopo la prima prova trucco è rimasto colpito perché ci ha detto ragazzi, non mi aspettavo che si potesse raggiungere questo livello di realismo con le protesi, quindi avete fatto 30, facciamo 31, vi do carta bianca, trasformatelo. Più lo guardo, più quello che mi piace è il personaggio e quello che non mi piace è l'attore. Nel senso che voleva proprio vedere... No, ma... no, per carità. Ma a livello proprio di estetica, lui voleva proprio che gli cambiassimo la geometria della testa e del viso, mentre all'inizio non era così, poi si è convinto e ci ha chiesto di cambiarlo. Quindi siamo andati avanti cercando di usare meno protesi possibile, ma poi ci siamo resi conto che con tutte quelle protesi l'attore quando sorrideva aveva un sorriso che diventava un po' arcigno, non era un vero sorriso. Scusate, io qua devo uscire da questa foto perché rimane bloccata. E quindi
No,
abbiamo
Andrea, io
deciso di...
direi lascia un attimo invece su quella foto. Quella è la
Ah,
prima.
sì,
Che...
Sì, quello era lo stampo della testa, appunto, con
Ecco,
all'interno solo
hai un
l'ultimo pezzo.
ordine?
Se vedete internamente si vede proprio la divisione dei pezzi con il cap plastic.
Allora, hai un ordine in cui mostrare le foto in modo che ci sia un percorso o le vediamo in generale e capiamo che le foto sono?
guarda, posso... Silicon Runner,
E prova ad andare sugli stampi.
sì, ecco,
Se hai la
stampi,
cartella stampi, vai lì che
stampo
dovrebbe...
calotta, perfetto.
Stampo
Allora,
calò.
qui
Ecco.
Dai, facci vedere un po' di foto.
Mm.
Sperando che non si aprano in 30 anni. Dai, forse ce la fa, è già più veloce di
Questo
prima,
è-
è bianco e non nero.
Sì.
Ah,
Questo
questa
è
è
il
la
positivo in
divisione.
gesso, sulla quale
Ok,
abbiamo
visto dal
deciso.
lato.
Sì, è una divisione fatta con la matita per decidere dove tagliare il
Sì, che tra
gesso.
l'altro non era ancora la divisione definitiva, eravamo in iperfase di studio
Mhm.
di
E
Quindi quali sono i vari
sotto c'è una
passaggi? Una volta che avete deciso la parte occupata dalla fronte, questa è la calotta, giusto? La parte superiore
Sì.
della testa. Ecco, una volta che avete deciso quanto sarà grande la protesi, fate una replica di quell'area dell'attore in gesso.
Sì.
Ecco, qua si vede bene perché è di profilo.
E
E poi
infatti,
create un
qui come potete
master.
vedere, sì, qua come potete vedere c'è l'arrivo della protesi delle guance
Sì,
in,
sì.
in quest'area. Ok. Da qui abbiamo fatto questa modellatura e abbiamo creato un master. Un ma-
Sì, eccolo il master.
Ok, questo
un po'
perfetto.
pieno.
Abbiamo
Eccolo qui.
messo delle parettine e riempito di resina con F40 Axon.
Solido, quindi pieno.
Sì, pieno.
Sì, sì. E qua il nostro Mauro che ci ha dato una mano nella parte iniziale. E man mano che veniva fuori un pezzo, mettevamo poi il distaccante, chiudevamo da un'altra parte, inclinavamo nella maniera giusta e collavamo un altro pezzo. Questi sono i 3 pezzi finiti. Qui ho deciso di mettere questo bussolotto di plastilina che
Aspetta
arrivava
perché non si
fino
è
al
caricata la
fondo.
foto.
Eccola.
Ok, eccola. Praticamente c'è questo palo che arriva fino in fondo perché noi avevamo la necessità di avere un canale di ingresso per il silicone running. E questo
Ah,
canale di
certo.
ingresso ho voluto accorparlo, incluso il serbatoio, dentro l'ultimo pezzo, che è un cuneo attaccato alla base che tiene insieme tutti gli altri pezzi.
Sì.
E qua si vede il bussolotto di plastilina che fa da serbatoio poi. Questo
Sì,
è
sì.
quello che diventerà un vuoto.
Sì, perché voi avete deciso di fare gli stampi per collata a gravità, non per iniezione.
Sì,
Esatto.
per evitare di
Quindi,
dover spingere
sì,
il
quindi
prodotto. Ecco,
alloggiavate lo spazio per un flusso più grosso di silicone che pesasse e andasse a spingere verso il basso col suo stesso peso.
Esatto, e
Perché
fosse
magari
comunque più
qualcuno...
alto di tutti i bleeders.
sì.
Perfetto.
Naturalmente sono tutte tecniche che sono molto complesse e impari tantissimo mentre lo fai, non è una cosa così automatica, quindi anche noi stessi abbiamo aggiustato il tiro mentre lo facevamo, ci siamo resi conto di alcune modifiche che dovevamo fare ai pezzi. Dopo che li abbiamo prodotti ci siamo messi con le frese a scavare dei canali interni di accumulo del materiale in eccesso. Qua per esempio abbiamo scavato delle maniglie per acchiappare meglio
Aspetta
i
perché
pezzi.
sta andando... Non credo che l'immagine vada alla stessa velocità delle tue parole. Adesso
Ok,
vediamo,
ok.
sì, vediamo il primo
Questa.
pezzo dentro e
Esatto, lì si vede nel primo pezzo, si vede la maniglia di cui parlava Andrea.
Ok.
Questo è una conca che è stata scavata per acchiappare meglio il pezzo durante il riposizionamento. Una volta che tutto è cappato, bisogna richiudere tutto quanto e poi si può colare il silicone. Questa è un'operazione delicatissima perché si rischia di pinzare il cap del core col cap del negativo
Mhm.
in fase di
Sì.
chiusura. Quindi deve essere agevole anche il maneggiamento si dice
Quella è una presa
maneggiamento?
tipo per il pollice quando lo afferri.
Sì, sì.
Mhm.
Ah.
Sì,
Poi
sì.
un'altra cosa che abbiamo considerato, qua potete vedere che ci sono tutti i bolt, le chiavi a farfalla intrappolate con le ranelle all'interno della resina. È vero che è molto comodo, ma allo stesso tempo è molto rischioso, perché c'è successo durante il running che qualche filetto si sia sfilettato. e questo ti obbliga a aprire nuovi buchi e è un po' un casino. Non so, adesso vorremmo capire se esistono dei filetti molto più resistenti, se è una questione proprio di metallo scadente o se è proprio una cosa rischiosa che non si può fare, non lo so. Comunque è una continua sperimentazione, ecco. Diciamo che abbiamo visto anche da altri colleghi in giro per l'Europa, anche in America, studiamo continuamente anche tutto quello che fanno i colleghi e ci sarebbe anche la possibilità di fare la stessa cosa ma senza bolt, senza bulloni, solamente con morsetti e cinghie, quindi effettivamente potrebbe essere più comodo. Questo è lo stampo del collo invece.
Vediamo.
Sta aprendo.
Sì, sì. Vediamo le anteprime.
Comunque, ecco qua, questo è il gesso e abbiamo deciso di allargare le varie parti con argilla. Abbiamo fatto poi un master molding in silicone. Qua stavo rifinendo il taglio del collo.
Quindi hai usato la tecnica che hai tagliato il gesso e l'hai rimesso dentro dopo averlo tappato con la plastilina.
Esatto. Tappato con la plastilina, messe le chiavi di riscontro e il palo di scorrimento, perché volevamo avere la possibilità di inserire e sfilare questo palo in modo che una volta che hai posizionato un pezzo dentro il negativo, poi per infilare il secondo pezzo parti da questo palo e sei sicuro che funziona da binario e te lo fa chiudere esattamente nel punto dove deve chiudersi, senza pinzare
Parallelo,
ai lati.
preciso. Sì. Bello. Questo è molto utile, così non rischi di pinzare anche lì il cap, perché stai equidistante dai bordi.
E anche qui è tutta sperimentazione, perché poi lo fai una volta, ti rendi conto che la volta dopo magari devi stare più lontano da certi punti, oppure è inclinato in un altro modo, o le chiavi devono avere un'altra forma. È un continuo studio, non è che quello che vedete in queste foto non è legge, non è Bibbia, è quello che abbiamo provato a fare noi.
Sì. No, è incredibile. E invece mi ricordo che in una conversazione che abbiamo avuto mi raccontavi il processo per le guance fatte insieme attaccate al mento. Anche quello è un bello step di mold making interessante.
Orecchie, naso, testa, notta. Perché non è qui? Scusate. Allora.
Non sono quelle fuori forse, Andrea?
No, non sono qui.
No,
però c'è anche quello del...
No, però vedevo anche la testa HD, una cartella testa HD è il prop che avete fatto. Magari faccio vedere quello.
Sì.
Avete fatto una preview di come sarebbe venuto il make-up.
Ok, guarda, purtroppo non si vede...
No, questo è il master mold della testa, giusto?
Sì, questo è il master mold della stampa 3D.
Ce l'ho qui, Hammamet 3D.
Intanto che cerchi la foto, volevo chiedere, questo processo adesso a posteriori ti è sembrato valido? Hai risparmiato del tempo? o dici è stato bello perché abbiamo potuto sperimentare ma alcuni altri metodi sono un po' più facili e ci sono delle cose che cambieresti?
Guarda, ci siamo trovati benissimo, soprattutto perché appunto in questa occasione, non avendo bisogno del dettaglio della texture, il vantaggio che abbiamo avuto è che quando tu fai un livecast con silicone o alginato, nelle parti molto morbide del corpo dell'attore rischi comunque dei minimi schiacciamenti e delle deformazioni, anche minime, però comunque poi devi in fase di scultura o di mold making reinterpretare, magari aggiustarle. Noi avevamo i volumi esatti senza nessuna modifica, senza nessuno schiacciamento, e questo è un grosso vantaggio, soprattutto su un trucco di questo tipo dove devi essere super preciso e stare con gli spessori minimi possibile, pur avendo un ingrassamento. Però abbiamo dovuto giocare davvero sui millimetri qua.
E
Questa è
a
la
proposito di
scansione.
quello che dicevi della restrizione del collo, voi avete chiesto a Diana di ridurre la circonferenza del collo, no? E vabbè, io so come mai serve questa cosa quando si fa una protesi di silicone, ma se
Sì.
potete spiegare un attimino cosa comporta e come mai.
Sì, in pratica quando hai una protesi così ampia, c'è il problema che il peso stesso del silicone deformi la protesi durante l'applicazione. Nel senso, immaginate di avere in mano una fettona di prosciutto gigante o un pezzo di pasta della pizza che dovete riuscire a rimettere in posizione esatta. È molto complicato. È vero che si usano le blue copy e quindi si fa sempre una copia un po' più rigida per posizionarla e avere almeno gli arrivi come prima. Però è anche vero che comunque è complicato maneggiarla, quindi se in un collo il core, la parte interna, viene ridotta, questo vuol dire che poi sull'attore andrà un pelo più stretta e quindi andrà più aderente al suo collo e si eviterà quello slargamento naturale che ha la protesi dovuto al suo stesso peso.
Sì. Sì, è come farlo di una taglia più piccola in modo che stia più aderente, perché tanto
Sì.
il materiale
Sì.
stesso in realtà si allarga da solo dopo, quindi non va a strozzare l'attore, ma è il silicone che già avendo questo rilassamento ha bisogno prima di essere un po' più stretto del normale.
Esatto.
Ah sì, questa immagine ci ha fatto vedere Diana prima.
Ah, sì, questa.
Sì.
Esatto. Sì, queste modifiche, ve le ha spiegato lei, perché qui era un problema di dimensioni di stampa, quindi per riuscire ad avere
Cioè dello spazio della stampante.
sì, lo spazio del piatto della stampante, quindi è stato tagliato in modo da avere più materiale possibile in un'unica stampata.
E infatti questo rettangolo che si vede disegnato in verde intorno alla forma è l'area che la stampante è in grado di stampare. Tutto ciò che sta fuori è troppo grande, quindi avete diviso le
Sì.
spalle e le avete stampate a parte.
Sì. Ecco, questa era la stampa
Appena uscita da
con tutti i
ripulire.
supporti.
Sì, per chi non è avvezzo alla stampa 3D, quando ci sono dei volumi che sporgono all'esterno, in fase di stampa vengono sostenuti da dei filamenti che la stampante, programmando la stampa, prevede, in modo che il materiale che viene spremuto, diciamo, a caldo, man mano come su delle fettine che vengono verso l'alto, nel tempo che raffredda non deve collassare. E quindi, perché è ancora caldo, e quindi i supporti servono a non deformare i volumi che intanto si stanno raffreddando e la stampa si può completare, poi questi volumi vengono strappati via o comunque legati. Ecco, questo è questo è lui con se stesso, è mini me.
Sì. E abbiamo fatto un pensierino.
Vabbè, pazzesco. Bello, molto interessante.
Beh.
Quello era Christian, che è il ragazzo che si occupa delle stampe 3D.
Sì. Scusate, mi si è chiuso qua.
Vai tranquillo.
Oggi ce ne
E
ho
qua...
tutte. Mi si è
Sì, sì.
scaricata anche la batteria del mouse, quindi sto usando il touchpad adesso.
Grande, ecco, tutte oggi.
Tutte oggi.
Vabbè. Senti, Andrea, ma quanto pesava questo make-up in tutto? Sembrano protesi abbastanza voluminose dalle fotografie che sono uscite del film, che poi magari ci vorrei far vedere perché non abbiamo ancora visto il make-up qua sul nostro schermo. Lo conosciamo perché l'abbiamo visto nelle varie foto del film, ma eccolo qua, ecco. A vedersi così sembra che fosse voluminoso.
Sì, secondo me erano intorno ai 900 grammi tutto.
Sì, più o meno sì, poco meno di 1 chilo più o meno.
Sì, sì, anche se poi, vabbè, se consideri tutti i canali di ingresso, le zone flash, bla bla bla, in realtà noi per ogni set usavamo, non mi ricordo quanti però è tutto scritto da qualche parte,
almeno il 50% in più sarà stato un chilometro.
minimo, sì.
Sì, non ho qui le
Almeno
tabelle,
1,5
ma penso
chili
che 1,5 kg, 1,6 kg andasse in totale del
Sì.
silicone running comunque.
Sì. Sì, c'è molto spreco purtroppo in questi processi, ma bisogna infatti calcolare, immagino che l'abbiate calcolato quando avete progettato gli stampi, che magari la brevità della colata andava a recuperare la perdita di materiale che andava in eccesso fuori dallo stampo, perché altrimenti non avreste scelto questa strada. Quindi magari stampi più sottili, più leggeri, meno complessi, magari avrebbero dato dei tempi più lunghi di realizzazione che non andavano a compensare il risparmio di materiale. Magari mezzo chilo di silicone non vale quanto perdere una giornata in più a chiudere gli stampi.
Esatto.
E sono tutte cose che a noi tocca pensare,
Sì,
ma...
poi tieni conto che abbiamo avuto anche la fortuna e problematica allo stesso tempo del fatto che il make-up alla fine è stato approvato 3 giorni prima di girare perché volevano in continuazione migliorie, avvicinarsi sempre di più e quindi tutto quello che per noi doveva essere il nostro periodo di effettiva creazione delle protesi è stato invece tempo dedicato a raggiungere sempre di più una somiglianza, cioè ancora più tempo. Perché una volta entrato nel loop, comunque il regista ha deciso che no, voleva arrivare veramente ad avere Craxi sul set.
Certo.
E quindi da lì per questo poi abbiamo dovuto chiamare Sandy Kumalakanta che è venuto con tutti i ragazzi che avevano lavorato con noi a continuare a produrre protesi mentre noi eravamo sul set e che ci venivano spedite in Tunisia.
Ecco, chiedono quante persone hanno lavorato a questo progetto lì da te e qual è stata la linea produttiva?
A persone siamo stati 14 in totale, più 3 collaboratori esterni più o meno.
Sì, perché poi abbiamo chiesto anche, dato che c'erano molti colleghi impegnati, alla fine abbiamo chiesto di far realizzare le sopracciglia in Svezia da Mattias Tobiasson e abbiamo fatto...
Vabbè, poi un'altra era Diana Macchinarium e poi c'è stato Roberto Mestroni che in realtà ci ha aiutato a creare tutti i supporti per le protesi.
In termoformato?
Sì, esatto.
Termoformati, sì, perché anche quello è stato una grossa... Abbiamo dovuto pianificare anche bene questa cosa, perché noi abbiamo girato per 2 settimane a Legnano, poi siamo stati 2 mesi in Tunisia. E quindi ci è stato chiesto di realizzare, cioè solo quello è stato un lavoro immenso di inventario e creazione di liste di tutti i prodotti, ma addirittura dovevamo scrivere il numero di quanti cotton fioc, quanti boccette di alcol, cioè qualsiasi cosa dovevamo portare in Tunisia doveva essere catalogato e registrato per creare il carnet per il trasporto che doveva andare sulla nave. E mentre all'inizio credevamo di poter avere un laboratorio lì, alla fine abbiamo dovuto decidere di mantenere un laboratorio a Saronno con le persone che continuavano a produrre protesi, e noi siamo partiti con settimanalmente c'era qualcuno che viaggiava e ci portava una valigia piena di protesi.
Caspita. E come mai non avete potuto allestire il laboratorio là?
Perché era troppo
proprio
complicato a
per
livello
una
di
questione
trasporti, anche perché noi trasportiamo anche sostanze, come
non
dire, un
so,
po' infiammabili.
di
Mm,
autorizzazione per i prodotti che portavamo e le
Sì,
attrezzature.
quindi era più facile spedire le protesi fatte
Questa è
dall'Italia.
una cosa che si
Sì.
vede pochissimo nel film, è abbastanza conosciuta, famosa per il personaggio, perché lui aveva il diabete, aveva un'ulcera gravissima su una gamba che ha rischiato che gliela amputassero,
Mhm.
e quindi ci era stato chiesto di fare questa cosa, poi non viene inquadrata molto bene nel film, è stata fatta quella scelta artistica, però abbiamo realizzato prima questo make-up è estemporaneo con scalp gel. E una volta che questo è stato approvato, come lui, abbiamo rifatto una... Ah no, abbiamo fatto
no, abbiamo staccato
di
lo
questo come un
scalpel,
lightcast, un clay pur.
un clay pure e poi da lì lo stampo.
Sì, abbiamo dentro al silicone di questa cosa abbiamo colato la plastilina fusa, e da quella abbiamo rifinito la scultura per fare poi una produzione.
Ah sì sì,
Eh,
ho fatto
però
esattamente la
era
stessa
molto...
cosa su una produzione l'anno scorso. Ho fatto il test con lo sculpt gel, poi ho staccato e l'ho usato come reference per scolpire
Sì.
la protesi finale. Troppo comodo. Andrea,
sì.
vi devo fare le domande che purtroppo il tempo sta scadendo già, mi è volata un'ora.
Vai.
Allora, abbiamo ancora qualche altra domanda. A che ora iniziavate a truccare la mattina e quante ore di strucco c'erano? Non di strucco, ma di strucco.
Beh, gli orari variavano, però tendenzialmente abbiamo iniziato a partire dalla 1 di notte fino alle più o meno 5 del mattino. Questo era più o meno il range di possibile orario di inizio. Magari erano le 3, 3 e mezza, però sempre molto presto al mattino.
Per ragioni
E
di
lo
luce,
strucco,
immagino.
per ragioni di luce, sì, sì, in modo tale che loro potessero avere la giornata intera. E per lo strucco un'ora più o meno,
Caspita. Comunque
tendenzialmente.
impegnativo.
Sì, perché
Forse un po', poi dopo era diventato anche un
oltre
po' più veloce, però in realtà più o meno un'oretta, perché comunque copriva completamente dalla base del collo fino a tutto dietro, lobby
E
compresi.
aveva le mani? Questa è una curiosità mia, che non mi ricordo se aveva delle mani anche.
No, non aveva protesi, sulle
non
mani
come
aveva solo
protesi,
colorazioni,
solo
macchie.
come trucco pittorico del quale si...
Sì.
Sì, scusate, c'è
Volete
un po' di
togliere la
ritardo.
condivisione così possiamo vedervi mentre rispondete?
Tolgo la condivisione?
Allora, possiamo parlare magari
Pronto?
sull'ultima carrellata di foto, se vuoi farci vedere ancora qualcosina, e poi quando hai finito chiudi la condivisione mentre parli, cioè non lasciare lo schermo nero, diciamo, così
Ok.
vediamo. Applicavate voi il girello dei capelli?
No, di quello se ne occupava il
No, di quello
parrucchiere.
si occupava Max. Sì.
Ok, e l'ha progettato comunque l'air designer, il girello? Ci sentite?
Abbiamo studiato insieme gli attacchi e la forma durante i provini, e poi è stato realizzato la base, credo, da taglia lunghe e tutto l'hairstyling, le finiture da Arianna Palmucci e Max. Cognome Max, Fede?
Non ho capito,
vabbè,
scusa.
Fede?
il cognome di Max.
Mi sa che mi è arrivato un pochino in ritardo, quindi...
Sì, abbiamo un leggero delay. Ascolta
cos'è
Andrea, le sopracciglia
di Max?
invece, credo che tu l'abbia detto poco fa, se le sopracciglia erano fatte su tulle o air punching, ma mi pare che tu abbia detto che erano state fatte in Svezia.
Sì, sono state fatte in Svezia da Mattias Tobiasson. E Andrea, il nome che cercavi è Duranti.
Ok.
Massimiliano Duranti, il parrucchiere.
Ok.
Durante.
Poi abbiamo
Mannaggia,
altre
scusa Max,
domande.
se stai sentendo. Non mi ricordavo tu.
Abbiamo pochissime ultime domande. Chi ha
Vai.
realizzato i denti? Ma immagino voi.
Andrea, proprio specifico,
Ok.
Andrea.
Ok. E era termoformato o tecnica tradizionale?
Sì, è un'altra delle mie passioni. Come?
Sai che si sente? Sento un pochettino male. Era un termoformato o una tecnica tradizionale, scolpiti e poi fatti con la resina?
Termoformato, se non ricordo male.
Era un mix, un termoformato con sopra... Allora, praticamente quella dentiera, per vari motivi, è stata dovuta fare, cioè l'ho dovuta fare tipo la notte prima dell'ultimo make-up test, e proprio perché, come vi raccontavo prima, tante cose in principio non dovevamo farle e poi pian piano si sono aggiunte perché si voleva raggiungere la somiglianza massima possibile. E prima dell'ultimo make-up test ci è stato chiesto di modificare anche il sorriso e così abbiamo fatto, ho realizzato questa lentiera prima del test. E per avere quella velocità ho dovuto per forza farla usando dei denti, delle faccette preesistenti, modificandole con le frese e modellando le gengive a pennello con la polvere liquido, con la resina acrilica direttamente.
Wow, ok. Ultimissima domanda. Volevo chiedere se si può sapere qualcosa in più sulle chiavi di riscontro tra il collo e le guance di cui parlavano prima. Come sono state realizzate?
Infatti,
Servirebbe proprio una
quello
foto
volevo farvi
per
vedere.
far capire bene.
Allora, ce
Andrea, ma
l'abbiamo
queste
qua.
foto, alcune di queste foto tu le hai pubblicate su qualche pagina, sui tuoi social o hai in mente di farlo a
Non
breve?
ancora, perché volevamo aspettare il momento per fare proprio un post serio.
Sì, organizzato, diciamo.
Sì.
In ogni caso, diciamo che proprio nella parte di scultura, sapendo dove le guance sarebbero andate a coprire, perché comunque avendo un po' di massa andavano un po' a coprire il collo, sono stati fatti proprio dei piccoli solchi, dei pallini, come se stessi facendo uno stampo più che una protesi. Infatti era un punto strano, senza texture, perché sapevamo che lì proprio si andavano ad agganciare, però effettivamente senza foto è complicato.
Scusate, no, che il mio auricolare sta perdendo la batteria, quindi
Ah, ok.
tranquilla, credo di avere ancora un
Forse
minuto
l'ho
di
trovata.
autonomia. Ok, dai, che così chiudiamo
Dai,
con
vediamo.
questa ultima foto e vi devo salutare perché purtroppo siamo arrivati a destinazione.
Allora, come si fa? Condividi schermo, eccolo.
Dai, abbiamo proprio un minuto, Andre, siamo al 59, 58.
Ecco alcune informazioni che potrebbero esserti utili.
Si sta aprendo.
Dai.
Voi vedete?
Riesci a
Sì, ecco,
ingrandirla,
questo è
Andrea?
positivo con la plastilina che viene riposizionata dopo il floating, immagino.
Sì, ecco, le vediamo qua, perfetto, così
Eccolo
si vedono.
lì. Quindi è stata
Questo
tagliata
è
via la guancia perché
l'arrivo.
va sul parziale.
Naturalmente non c'è niente di sfumato ancora perché qua stavamo riposizionando i...
Mi è andato via l'auricolare. Scusate. Fantastico. Ragazzi, purtroppo mi tocca salutarvi. È stato fighissimo e spero tanto che anche al pubblico sia piaciuto, io credo di sì. E niente ragazzi, tocca passare al prossimo contenuto, quindi io saluto Federica e Andrea, grazie mille del vostro tempo, scusate
Grazie
se vi
a
ho
voi.
disturbato di domenica e così appena terminato un progetto estenuante. Grazie mille. Ciao.
Va bene.
Grazie a
Un
voi.
bacio a tutti, ciao.
Buona continuazione.
Grazie, ciao ciao. E
Ciao.
annunciamo invece il workshop di Daniele Tirinnanzi sul ice making è un estratto del contenuto di un DVD che Daniele ha creato e quindi potete anche vedere sul suo canale appunto in vendita assieme tratto al kit per fare gli occhi e niente, godetevi la visione. Vi ricordiamo che Daniele sarà presente subito dopo il workshop per rispondere alle vostre domande. So now it's time to launch the next workshop. It's by Daniele Tirinnanzi and it's about ice making, and this video is an extract from his DVD that he sells, and he also sells the kit to make the eyes. He sells the molds and with some iris. So check out his channels. And also we remind you that Daniele is gonna be available for us after the video for your questions and answers. So don't forget to write them in the comments below this video. Thank you. 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's look at what's in the box. You have a set of molds. This green part is the base plate. The pink one is a core mold, and the blue one is a clear coat mold. If you ordered a 26mm kit, the molds will be yellow and green respectively. You have a piece of red thread for veining, 60 printed irises, a sample sheet of colors that you can order from my website, and this DVD. Well, that covers the unboxing, so let's make some eyes. Before we start, let's look at the basic setup of my workspace and some of the equipment I use. To weigh out my materials, I use a digital gram scale. Most materials can be measured by volume, so you can also use a cc cup or other graduated container. I use 5-ounce cups for mixing and wooden tongue depressors for stirring. For this first step, you're going to need your core mold and your base plate. I like to put my gram scale inside a plastic bag to keep it clean. When pouring resins, there will be a fair amount that will end up overflowing onto the work surface, so I use the lid from a Sterilite box as a tray to catch excess material. It's a good idea to spray it with a release agent. I really like Man Ease Release 200. It's a general purpose mold release that works well with silicone and resins. Silicone molds are generally self-releasing, but as they age, they will start sticking more and more, so it's a good idea to release them periodically to maximize their lifespan. For making eyes, my go-to resin is Smoothcast 326 from Smooth-On. It's a clear urethane resin that I use both for cores and clear coats. When I open a new kit, I like to poke small holes in the seal to make pouring easier. Keep in mind that once opened, a kit of 326 will start deteriorating, and as it ages, it will turn cloudy. This is due to moisture getting into the containers every time you open them. To slow this process down, I like to use extended dry gas blanket. I spray a small amount of it in each container every time I open them. For a single core, start by weighing out 10 grams of Part B. You will later add 11 grams of Part A. Tint Part B with urethane pigments. I'm using So Strong pigments from Smooth-On. In case you're wondering, I wrap the bottles in duct tape to keep them clean. The sclera of a human eyeball isn't bright white, so I always add a tiny bit of black to make a light gray. You can also add reds and yellows depending on the eye you're trying to match. Try to keep your resin slightly translucent. This will look more natural and less like plastic. When you're happy with the color, add 11 grams of Part A and mix thoroughly for at least 1 minute. Before pouring, I like to degas my resin to minimize air bubbles. This step isn't absolutely necessary, so you can skip it. As the air gets drawn out of the chamber, the resin will start to bubble. I usually give it 10 to 15 seconds. Slowly pour the resin up to the first ridge, then pour some on the base plate to lubricate it so it slides more easily into the core mold. Place the mold in a pressure pot and pressurize to 50 psi. You can skip this step if you want, but it will give you a bubble-free casting. Let the resin set for about 2 hours. If you're working in a cold environment, it will take longer. This is the benefit of using a tray. Just peel off the resin and you're good to go. To demold the core, it's very helpful to spritz a little alcohol into the mold. I like to pinch and wiggle the mold to break the suction. Getting the core out will seem difficult at first, but with a bit of practice it'll become very easy. If the core separates from the base plate and is stuck inside the mold, simply pull it out with pliers and screw it back into the base plate. Choose the iris you want to use and cut it out carefully with scissors. I use a 1/2-inch hole punch I ordered from Amazon a few years ago. I haven't been able to find this exact one lately, but you can hunt for similar ones. Peeling the backing is tricky until you get the hang of it. Watch carefully how I do it. It does help to have nails too. Press the iris down, making sure it's centered. If the edges go beyond the flat circle, just press them down with a popsicle stick. To make veins, cut a small length of the thread included with a kit. By the way, there are many types of fibers you can use. You don't need to stick to the one in the kit. To glue the veins down, I like to use Liquitex Matte Medium. This is available in art stores. If you can't find Liquitex brand, any other brand will do. I generally use a brush and move fibers around with a needle tool. You can add color with acrylic paints. Here I'm using acrylic inks, which are made by various manufacturers. Any kind of acrylic paints will work though. When everything is dry, you're ready to pour the clear coat. Weigh out 11 grams of part A and 10 grams of part B. Mix thoroughly for at least a minute. When using 326 as a clear coat, you will need to degas and pressurize it. If you don't have the equipment, you can cast an epoxy clear coat as demonstrated later in this video. Start by pouring a drop of resin on the iris, then fill the mold up to the first ridge. If you see bubbles appear around the iris, pour a little more resin, then push the core down into the mold and pressurize at 50 psi. Let the resin fully cure, then demold. Again, this is a little tricky at first, so be patient and focus on breaking the suction. Bend the sprues outward and unscrew the eyeball off the base plate. Snip off the sprues with a wire cutter and sand what's left. When an eye comes out of the mold, it should have a high gloss and require no buffing. But if the mold is getting old, or you sprayed release inside the clear coat mold, you might get a dull surface and will need to buff it. I use a drill press with a 3-inch buffing wheel that has a Velcro backing, so I can use different pads with it. For my first pass, I use rubbing compound. It's an abrasive cream designed to bring back the shine on faded car paint. I've used different brands and they all worked well, but my favorites are 3M and Meguiar's. There's really not much to it. Simply put some compound on the wheel and start buffing. The main thing to worry about is burning the clear coat, so start slow. I'm only using a drop of compound because my pad is already saturated. When using a new pad, you need to wet it more. To check your progress, rub the eye on a dry cotton rag. I'm using my t-shirt. The second pass is optional. It only delivers a slightly deeper gloss. Use car polish and a soft foam pad. If you don't have a drill press, you can use a regular drill, or even buff by hand. And here's the finished eyeball. You can notice how the edge of the paper disappears when it's saturated with resin. In the following demos, I'll be using two different techniques to make eyes with a milky haze over the iris. These effects are generally used for zombies and diseases. I cast this brownish core with a zombie in mind. All the painting is done with acrylic matte medium and paints. I also use colored pencils and markers for this type of work. You can basically paint anything you want. You can even ditch the printed iris and do everything by hand. Don't worry about the white edge of the paper iris. It will disappear when the clear goes on. I'm using red, brown, and black. You can go pretty wild with this kind of paint job. When you're done painting, let it fully dry. In the meantime, let's move on to the next demo. For this eye, I'm starting with a white core, much like the basic eye demo. I'm going to go extra heavy with the veining to create a bloodshot effect. To create the milky iris effect, I'm simply dabbing matte medium on it. As it dries, it turns clear, so this process needs to be repeated until the desired effect is achieved. You can dry between coats with a hairdryer if you want to speed up the process. I ended up doing 5 layers for this eye. Let's go back to the zombie eye we were making. I'm going to add a very small amount of white pigment to the clear coat to create the milky effect. This is really tricky, as it's difficult to determine exactly how milky it needs to be. I first mix a tiny amount of pigment with part B, then I add part A, and keep adding pigment until I feel it's right. You can drip it on a dark surface to gauge the translucency, and you can also drip it right on the iris. When you're satisfied with the translucency, degas the resin, fill the mold, and pressurize it. Refer to the basic human eye demo at the beginning of this video for details. Let the resin fully cure and demold. You should end up with something like this. To clear coat the diseased eye, follow the same steps described in the basic human eye demo. And here's the result.
Buongiorno, buonasera.
E eccoci, bentornati, speriamo che vi sia piaciuto questo video, ma abbiamo visto dalle visualizzazioni che la partecipazione insomma è stata molto alta e con Daniele insomma abbiamo organizzato in passato, nelle prime 2 edizioni di Effectus, effettivamente già 2 workshop di eye making che sono stati sold out, quindi vediamo che è una tematica sempre molto scottante, diciamo. Quindi a questo punto possiamo far entrare dalla regia Daniele. Grazie Daniele per essere qui con noi. Eccoci direttamente da Los Angeles. Eccoci qui. Bene, grazie per l'orario, insomma la domenica insomma, è stata una noia.
Nessun problema.
Bene, partiamo subito con la prima domanda. Dice, è possibile usare water slide decal stampata per l'iride? Prima domanda questa.
Ok, prima domanda. Senz'altro è possibile, l'ho fatto in passato, ma la qualità della stampa solitamente è inferiore, quindi tendo a usare carte fotografiche opache, diciamo.
La seconda domanda invece è clear coat poliuretanico versus epossidico. Cosa ci dici?
Allora, il poliuretanico è più rapido. Io ho usato negli ultimi anni, ho sempre usato poliuretanico perché diciamo in 2 ore si apre lo stampo. Con un epossidico ci vuole un po' più tempo, ma con l'epossidico, soprattutto con quelli più lenti, è possibile colare il clear coat senza degassare, che è diciamo un vantaggio in più. Ora io ultimamente sto sperimentando con le resine UV, quindi quelle che catalizzano con i raggi ultravioletti, e quel sistema è ancora più semplice. Farò un video a breve, probabilmente tra un mese o 2, e praticamente si usano degli stampi trasparenti, si colla la resina monocomponente e poi si mette al sole. Questa sarà una cosa comunque un po' per il futuro.
Beh, interessantissimo. Fra l'altro, appunto, come abbiamo detto precedentemente, questo video è un estratto di un DVD che Daniele ha realizzato e che vende in corredo con gli stampi. Quindi Daniele, se ci vuoi dire anche 2 cose al riguardo, dove le persone possono trovarlo e come funziona il tutto.
Esatto, sì. Allora, io vendo un kit per la realizzazione degli occhi, scusate. Il kit comprende gli stampi, ovviamente, lo stampo per il nucleo, lo stampo per il clear, le iridi che sono autoadesive, poi della lana per le vene, per i capillari e poi un DVD. Il DVD, diciamo, è in continua evoluzione in base ai materiali nuovi che sto usando. Quello che avete visto, diciamo, è circa il 50%. Il DVD con il kit dura circa 2 ore. Si parla di poliuretanico, epossidica, anche una demo per gli occhi in silicone e a breve ci sarà anche la resina con catalisi a ultravioletti. Per acquistare il kit non so se si può mandare in onda un link oppure tramite il mio Instagram o se lo mettete sul sito di Effectus, è il mio sito www.dt-creations.net.
Lo vuoi ripetere in inglese? Perché abbiamo un pubblico misto, infatti le domande prossime sono anche alcune già in inglese, quindi se ti va di ripetere del DVD anche del sito dove acquistarlo,
Okay.
così vai.
Okay. So the video that you just saw is excerpted from a DVD that I sell with an eye making kit. The kit has it comes with 2 molds: the clear coat mold, the core mold, some printed irises, some thread for veining, and a DVD. So the DVD keeps changing and depending on what I change in my techniques. But soon we'll be adding a part with UV resins, which is a 1-part UV cure resin that requires no mixing and no degassing or pressurizing. The website to buy the kit is www.dt-creations.net.
Perfect. So the next question is, which is the proportion for the iris size and the globe size to be real?
Okay, so the iris size is generally 12 millimeters. It can actually range with an adult human between 11 and 13. The ones with my kit are about 12. The diameter of the eyeball is, I sell 2 sizes, 26 and 28. 26 is the most common, I think. It's the closest to a human eye, but even then there's a bit of a range. There's not one size fits all. So there's not one straight answer to that question. It's kind of a range. So that's it. Vuoi che te la ripeto in italiano questa risposta?
Vai, così ce le abbiamo in tutte e due.
Ok, mi chiedevano il rapporto tra diametro dell'iride e del bulbo oculare. Stavo dicendo che non c'è una risposta definitiva, diciamo ci sono dei range. L'iride umana generalmente è 12 mm, ma può andare dagli 11 ai 13, così come il diametro del bulbo oculare va circa dai 26 ai 28, anche se ovviamente quando poi si parla di bambini e neonati sono misure diverse. Si parte da qualcosa di un po' più piccolo, che però io non faccio molto, non sono molto ferrato sull'argomento.
Ok, prossima domanda sempre in inglese. Do you ever blend the iris using an airbrush?
I don't paint irises, especially on life-size eyes, because they're too small. To paint one with an airbrush would be extremely difficult thing. You need a very fine airbrush. I have done them with very fine brushes and acrylic paints in the past. The problem with painting in general is if you get a problem in your clear coat, you get a big bubble. You've spent 2 or 3 hours painting this beautiful iris, and now you have a big bubble on it, and it's all the work is wasted. So that's the reason why I moved on to prints, and you can get better and faster results using a photograph of an actual person's eye which you can't really paint anything better than that.
Perfetto. Questa domanda già hai risposto precedentemente, di che diametro erano le iridi stampate, e poi ci chiedono dove consigli di comprare una pentola a pressione e la degassatrice.
Probabilmente il posto migliore è eBay. Su eBay ci sono molte offerte diverse, alcune vengono dalla Cina, altre cose vengono dall'Europa, dipende un po' da dove uno si trova. Questo non so se potete raccomandarlo voi in Italia dove le prendete. Però ripeto, io sto lavorando con queste nuove resine che non richiedono degassatrice, non richiedono pressurizzazione. Ho già girato una demo, settimana scorsa devo fare il montaggio, ma a breve sarà disponibile, probabilmente sarà disponibile pubblicamente su YouTube, non so se poi potete condividerlo voi sul sito di Effectus. Comunque è un grosso cambiamento, anche perché acquistare degassatrici, pentole a pressione, compressori è una cosa molto costosa. Se uno non l'ha mai fatto e non sa se continuerà a farlo, con questo nuovo sistema diciamo sono tutte cose che non servono più, quindi diciamo aspetterei per il momento, se qualcuno vuole acquistare il mio kit, di aspettare una settimana o due per avere questo nuovo sistema.
Perfetto, appena avremo il link così lo condivideremo tra tutti gli associati sulle nostre pagine. Poi ci chiedono gli occhi in silicone, cosa ci puoi dire al riguardo? A parte che sono nel DVD e quindi sicuramente...
Sì. Allora, gli occhi in silicone è un sistema un po' diverso. Ovviamente il silicone è un materiale più denso e quindi un po' più difficile da collare senza bolle. Il sistema che uso io, uso uno stampo negativo rigido, che non è lo stesso stampo che è incluso nei kit o diciamo gli stampi che si trovano un po' ovunque. È uno stampo rigido di resina, la stessa resina che ho usato nel video per fare il trasparente, la Smooth Cast 326. Praticamente faccio metà occhio, quindi non è un bulbo completo, è solo metà, è uno stampo negativo. Metto una goccia di silicone al centro dove c'è la cornea, metto un'iride. Ovviamente è tutto lavorando sottosopra. Facciamo finta che questo mouse sia uno stampo, si cola sopra e poi bisogna guardare sotto perché lo stampo è trasparente, si mettono le vene e poi si cola il bianco sopra, tutto fatto con siliconi. Il silicone trasparente uso il Sorta Clear della Smooth-On, e per quanto riguarda il bianco che viene fatto alla fine, in questo caso qualunque silicone al platino, dipende da quanto deve essere morbido, uno può usare qualunque silicone compatibile, diciamo, con quelli a platino.
Bene, perfetto, abbiamo finito le nostre domande, siamo perfettamente in tempo con il tempo che avevamo effettivamente a disposizione. Quindi io, Daniele, ti ringrazio tantissimo e rimaniamo insomma in contatto, ci fai sapere tutte queste informazioni sia per i link al nuovo video che il link al sito che ci hai detto, che noi li posteremo poi insomma nelle nostre pagine. Grazie per essere stato con noi.
Grazie a voi, è stato un piacere. Noi ci rivediamo presto e grazie per questa opportunità.
Grazie a te, ciao.
Ciao.
and welcome back. So I hope you enjoyed this workshop with Daniele Tirinnanzi, and I have the pleasure to announce this new conference with a very special guest. We are happy to introduce you Mark Coulier, connected from Prague. Is it? Are you away right now? Is it?
We're filming a vampire movie over in Prague at the moment.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, called Transatlantic 473.
Amazing. Wicked. Thank you for being with us. And I'll explain you a little bit how it works, but it's just easy because I'm sure you were interviewed many times. This is more like familiar chit-chat, and I'm gonna ask you a few questions about how you started in your career. And we can also get more into some technical aspects because the Effectus family, it's all about special makeup effects. So we can say we are pretty nerdy about it. So we'll just speak through the conversation and see if there is any things that we want to know more, and there'll be some questions from our viewers. And
Sure.
the first question that I always ask to our special guests is always, what brought you to start a career in special makeup effects?
I think, it goes way back to watching horror and fantasy movies when I was a kid. I guess the early Frankenstein, James Whale Frankenstein movie with Boris Karloff and the Wolfman, and I used to actually go to bed at because I was kind of 8 or 9 or 10. My dad I used to go to bed at 8 o'clock, and my dad would get me up at 11 o'clock on a Friday night, and there was always one of those Universal horror movies on, and he'd let me watch it, and it was a huge treat for me at 11 o'clock being got out of bed, at like 8 or 9 years old, watching a movie and then going back to bed again. So I think that was the seed of it. And then I went to art college, and I found a book on makeup, Lee Bagan's book. I'm sure like most people listening here will know that book, with John Caglione as the subject of all these aging makeups. And it really was the first time I'd looked at it, and you could see how the process was done, how it was broken down. And that was a bit of a turning point, really. I got that book and I was just totally fascinated by the whole process. I knew about makeup effects, and I'd been following it, and I'd been reading Fangoria, and I'd been watching all the movies. And it was around the time that The Howling came out, and I remember watching film, whatever it was. There's a UK program with Barry Norman called Film, and it was the year at the time. I think it was like Film 76 or 77 or something. Whenever The Howling came out, 78, maybe 80. And I watched that transformation of the Eddie Quist character, and it was just like, then I don't know, I was a teenager, and it was like, wow, that's incredible. That looks amazing. And that's really when I decided that I was really interested in it.
Oh wow, that's cool. And didn't you be traumatized by the horror films that your dad let you watch? Because my dad let me watch Shining when I was probably 10, and I remember having nightmares of it. But he probably eventually put a seed in me as well.
Yeah, I think so. But they were pretty strict, my parents, and those old, I think my dad just thought the old Frankenstein movie is not that scary, really. I was terrified by it, but they wouldn't let me watch Dracula. I remember that, so they did have their lines drawn. I couldn't watch any of the. I think later this is, bear in mind I'm an old git, so it's like, this was before videos were out. We didn't have videotapes even. So you were limited to watching whatever was on TV. Once videotapes came out, and it was the era of the video nasty and Driller Killer and all these horror movies came out, then there was a massive a massive surge in makeup effects. Like every film had makeup effects in it, and that's when I was more like 17, 18, 19, and that's when it really just was like, wow, this is great. I want to be part of this.
Oh, that's great. And how actually your break in the industry happened? What were the next steps after college?
Well, I was at the London College. Well, I was at art college, and I'd kind of decided on this Maker Effects career, but I still wasn't sure how to get into it. So, but I'd started sculpting things rather than drawing, and you know, researching the Lee Began book and buying my first, you know, bag of alginate and all that stuff, and I'd getting my friends to do a life cast of me, and you know, I sculpted a raging bull type makeup with a broken nose, and did my first cold foam prosthetic and all that. And I'd gone down to Charles Fox to buy my first kit of stuff, you know, saved up my money and took my like £30 at the time, I think. Got a train to London, went to Charles Fox, and I found a card on the board, and it was Dave Elsey. You know, it just said Maker Effects Dave Elsey, and I took his number. And Chris Tucker's was on there as well, so I got Chris's number, and I rang them both. You know, and Chris was kind of hard to get in touch with at that time. You know, you had to sort of go through, send your portfolio, all that kind of stuff. But Dave was just a young guy like myself, you know. And he was really great, you know, and Dave really helped me, you know. We just had these conversations on the phone, and he sent me pictures of what he was doing, and I sent him pictures of what I was doing in my little studio that I rented I rented a studio in Cambridge. And then shortly after that, I went to I applied to London College of Fashion because I decided I wanted the grounding in makeup. You know, I wanted to learn how to put hair up and put wigs on and do straight makeup. So I thought, you know, going to the London College of Fashion would be a good grounding, and it was brilliant. And I just went there for a year. It was a 2-year course, but at the end of the first year, there was a horror movie being made, and there was a girl in the second year, and she'd been asked to hair punch this werewolf suit. And she knew that I was into makeup effects, and she got a bit worried about doing it, really, because she'd never done it before, and it was a proper movie, you know. So, but me being just like desperate to get into the industry, I just said, yeah, sure, I'll do that, you know. So she handed the job to me, and it turned out to be for Bob Keane at Image Animation, and the film was Waxwork. And just coincidentally, the werewolf was sculpted and made by Dave Elsey. So it was the first time I actually met Dave in person, you know. Went along, and I worked on that for about 2 weeks. And I kind of blagged it a bit, really. I'd done a little bit of hair punching, but I'd never done anything like a werewolf suit. And all the guys at Image Animation thought I was some kind of hair expert that they'd drafted, not realizing I was just a mere student. You know, I had no idea what I was doing. But it was cool, you know. Punching hair is not that difficult, and you know, it's a skill, but it's not so difficult. And I just did it and punched all of Dave's werewolf suit and his witch character, and you know, that was my foot in the door to Image Animation, really. Met Jeff Portas and Roy Puddifoot, who kind of ran the office at the time. Little John Cormican was there, and you know, met the whole of the guys that you know, were part of Image Animation, really. And I got on really well with Jeff, and he invited me back to go and work on Hellbound when it came around, you know. And, you know, Neil Gordon was there at the time, Dave Elsey, Steve Norrington was in and out, Paul Catlin had just been doing Hellraiser there. So, yeah, it was when I met all those guys, really.
Oh, wicked. And did the techniques that you learned at school, were they required one to work in a workshop, or were you taught on the way? Like, let's say they considered you like a hair expert, but you kept working with them, right? So did you learn other skill on the job itself, or did you have to self-train before in order to achieve?
I'd self-trained a lot before then, so we've kind of missed out probably a couple of years of me doing my own prosthetics. So I knew how to sculpt and mold a prosthetic. I'd molded stuff before. I'd hair punched. I'd painted. I'd made foams, but I knew nothing really. But then I went to the London College of Fashion, and I knew quite a lot about, you know, styling hair and cutting hair and corrective makeup and all that stuff that you learn at makeup college. And the guys at Image Animation didn't know any of that stuff really, because most of them were just come out of doing stuff in their bedroom, and you know, like Paul Jones and Neil Gorton, and they were just building things like myself, you know, but I'd actually just gone to college for a year, you know, so I just had a little bit of, you know, so I had some useful knowledge from that, you know, although I still knew nothing. And then everything else after that, we all learned it from each other really, and from the job. You know, I don't think there wasn't anyone there who knew how to do things properly, you know. We just kind of made it up, and we just improved techniques as we went along. So we kind of had to come up with stuff. We'd talk about it. How do we mold this, and what's the best way to do that? We still do that now, I suppose, don't we? You know, it's like,
yeah, because techniques are developing so much.
Yeah, you just A, you can't remember everything, and B, you know, somebody has a better way of doing things than you do, you know. So you say, oh, what do you paint silicon with? And you know, there's about 100 different ways to paint silicon and materials to use, and everybody has their own personal preference. But I always say, hey, what do you use? You know, like, and then you know, you feed off all the people around you, you know.
Yeah, talking of which, I was curious to know what were the mostly used materials by when you started, and if you noticed any change, relevant change from back then to now, because you have quite an extensive career, so you might have seen a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a massive change. I mean, always the fundamentals are exactly the same. You know, sculpting, molding, casting, and whatever. You know, but the materials and the techniques and the mold making techniques and everything else have just improved. I think we just have a much better choice now of a variety of materials. You know, you've got silicons that go off in 20 minutes, and you know, you could demold things in an hour, and you know, you've got a lot of techniques available, and then the mold making side of things, you know, now that there's, you know, 3D printing, and I've just bought a scanner so we can scan things now and 3D print our actors' heads, and you know, so I've got a guy at my workshop, Adam Edwards, who's been trying out all that stuff, and I literally just bought it before I came away to Prague, so I'm looking forward to getting involved in all that really. So you know, everything changes all the time, doesn't it? At the time, back in the day, we were just plaster molds or fiberglass molds and foam latex. You know, that was our basic appliance techniques.
Yeah, totally. And we just had a conference about 3D revolution with Clinton, which you know, from South Africa, and Valter, Casotto, and Diana, Branca, and Javier, which is an animatronic designer that often works for Star Wars. He's from Spain, and we were having a chat about how the technologies, the 3D and digital technologies are changing the workflow in different countries. So we kind of had a brainstorming about what everybody is integrating in the process, and it's so amazing about how much is improved. And Clinton just advertised that he has a new website where he's gonna get some workshops and some knowledge shared for all the artists who wish to improve that, and it's called the HAS Legacy, and he just talked about it today because he's experimenting as usual, and he showed us prosthetics printed out and molds printed out in 3D, and it was just mind-blowing, but a bit overwhelming to me, because I'm actually curious to know, what do you think about the 3D revolution? Do you feel like overwhelmed because there's too much to learn, or it's interesting to get to a new step?
I think it's like really exciting. I love what Clinton's been doing, and you know, Clinton recommended the Einscan Pro to me, so that's the one that we bought, you know, and it's great to have that recommendation, you know. And then we started doing things like, you know, we scanned a hand in, and then we 3D printed a jacket. You know, we made the jacket, because I was thinking, well, you know, what can you do? You can make a jacket mold and just have it printing overnight. You know, it might take 18 hours, but you know, it's working during the night while you're at home, you know, and you go back in the next morning, you pour the silicon, you know. So, you know, for me, personally, I'm a bit old school, and I love clay, and I love the process of sculpting, and most of the time it's quicker to sculpt it and do it traditionally. So, when I look at the workflow of all these, 3D digital practices, you need to have guys who know how to do it. And, there's not many guys, I employ a lot of people, and there's not many of them that know how to use Photoshop properly, really. And that's been around for 20 years, so when I need some Photoshop designing done, there's a handful of guys who I can say, hey, can you just do me a old age makeup on this photograph? Most of them go, oh, no, I don't do that, and you're going to get the same thing with the 3D printing side of it. You're going to get a limited amount of guys that know how to do ZBrush, how to use ZBrush. Or other 3D printing programs, and then they've got to know how to use the scanner. So I think it is still quite difficult in the workflow to integrate all that stuff, unless you have a load of time, and I don't generally. The makeup effects industry these days is, they ring you up and you're filming 3 weeks later, and you've got like some huge project, and you can get an act. We just went through it recently, for example. We're doing a makeup on Idris Elba at the moment for a George Miller movie, and because of COVID, it was more efficacious to get him scanned and get a 3D print. In the end, I found a company and one of the big film studios, and we managed to get their data from them. So we got a 3D print that had been done for Cats of Idris, and we got the authority to use that. So. But still, it was a 2-week turnaround to contact the company, to get the existing data. We didn't even have to scan Idris. It was all done. And then we got the 3D print back, and we had to clean it up, and then we had to remold it. And when you think about if we'd had Idris there on a Wednesday, we'd have done the live cast. Mm-hmm. We'd have 2 plasters out the day after. One of them we'd be cleaning up to master mold, and the other one we'd be sculpting on, So we've already lost 2 weeks, just by going through the digital process. So until that speeds up and things are a lot easier, and until everybody knows how to use ZBrush and Einscan and, other scanners, Artec, whatever scanner you use, until everybody's au fait with that, it's still going to take some time to get it into your workflow properly, for it to be cost effective, really.
Yeah, totally. Cool. And so after image animation, what was your next step in your career?
Oh yeah, that was all really interesting. We did Nightbreed. I'd just been on that for a year with image animation. Then it was a real quiet period in the UK, no films, everything just closed down. It was just, I think it was because the dollar to pound price was really difficult. It was $2 to a pound at the time. And thereabouts. So it was no American films were being made apart from Alien 3. So Tom and Alec came over from ADI, and I managed to get a job on that movie with a whole bunch of guys, Paul Catlin, Dave Elsey, Chris Cunningham. There was a whole Jeremy Hunt. There's a whole bunch of us who did that. And then I worked for Henson's Creature Shop for a while. And just then, I'd kind of then become an official freelancer. Before I was, kind of my heart was with image animation. But there comes a point when you need to move around company to company. Not everybody does that. Some people stay with the same company for 20 years, but at that time, Image didn't have enough work to keep me going all the time. And like nowadays, really, people zip around. If one workshop becomes quiet, they go and work somewhere else. So I was doing that, and I ended up really a really great place. Still friends of mine at Animated Extras. Working with Dan Parker and Pauline Fowler and Nick Williams, and they were doing Frankenstein, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. And that was more my cup of tea, really, than working at Henson's Creature Shop, who were mainly a puppet. Mainly it was all animatronic puppets, and I was much more
interested. I remember that film. It was beautiful. With was it Robert De Niro?
I don't like the movie. I mean, I worked on it for a year, and it was just like, oh man, really disappointed in the final result. But it was a superb working, environment, and it was 12 months, and I learned so much on that project. So yeah, basically just jobbing it around from company to company and learning with each company. Everybody's got their different ways of doing things, and it's really nice to go from company to company and see how how people do things differently. I've learned all sorts of things from all sorts of people. Dan Parker and Nick Dubman. I ended up at Nick's after Animated Extras and worked with Nick Dubman for a long time. Star Wars and The Mummy and The Mummy 2, and then of course all the Harry Potter films.
Yeah, that's probably where we met.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Or at the trade, Michael Key's trade show, which was
true.
That was a bit of a it was such a great thing that Michael got together and did this trade show thing, and it's where I met all you guys, all the Europeans, and at that time there's not many. When there's a few projects going on in the UK, everybody gets snapped up, and there's not that many talented sculptors, and makeup artists really. When they get divided between, the 10 companies that are around in the UK. So I've, used, because of we're all in the EU, so I've used a lot of European labor, It's how I met you guys and all the French guys, and I think World War Z, when we did World War Z, I just got loads of really great, talented makeup artists over to work on set with that, sticking makeups on, as you know.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, what was the transition between working for somebody else to actually owning your own company? What was, did you just happen to become a head of department, or you actually applied for be one? How did it work for you?
It was a bit, I'd worked around for a long time, company to company, and with each company, you think, I'd do things slightly differently, and there's always something wrong with the company that you're working for. They always do something differently to the way you would want to do things. And there was a point when I was working for Animated Extras, and they got a job in, and I did everything on it. I cast the actor, I sculpted the makeup, I made the pieces, I ran the pieces, I painted it, and I took it and I went on set with it. And I thought at that time, I just thought, wow, why am I doing this for myself? Why don't I just do it? Set up my own company, and I'd been doing it for 15 years or so. So I just thought it was the right time, really. And I set up. I got Animated Extras were lovely. They got this job in to do some 4 fat makeups for a pop promo for a band called the Blue Tones. 4 young guys who all wanted to be fat in this video, and Animated, they had 13 days to do it, and it was like making 4 full fat makeups and fat suits in 13 days, exactly, including the weekends.
Oh my god!
Yeah, exactly. It was like,
who was the mad person who took it on?
Yeah, me. Yeah, that was one of those things where it's like, oh, here's my chance to do my own job. And then, so what I thought was, okay, I can do 2 of them. And I rang up Cliff and Dave Elsey from, they had a company called Creature Effects at the time. And I said to them, do you want to do the other 2? If I do 2, you do 2, And they agreed to do it. So I took it on because I only had to do 2. Which kind of halved the nightmare, but it was still trying to get 2 fat suits made in 13 days was hell. Nick Williams was great at Animated Extras. He rented me a room there, and I bought materials off them and basically used their shop to set up my own shop, And they were very kind that way. And, we've had a good working relationship since then, really, back and forth. They did the same thing with Dave White, really. Without their help, Dave White would have, had a different, it would have just, they helped him set up his own company. He used to work for Animated Extras, so they're very kind in that respect. So yeah, I got a telephone call from this guy, and he said, "Do you have your own company?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "What's your company name?" And I hadn't thought of a company name, so I just said Coulier Creatures, and that was it. That's how I got the name Coulier Creatures. Really, it was done on a telephone call, spare of the moment, and then I had to have the nightmare of trying to actually set up a company, and I had no idea how it worked. Trying to rent a workspace and pay business rates and all the things, invoicing and templates and all the things that I now do as a matter of course. I had no idea at the time. So it was,
yeah, exactly. Yesterday, Steve Laporte, which I interviewed yesterday before you, said that becoming a head of a department or owner of a workshop, it's got less to do about the job itself, but more about all the paperwork and the organization. Is it true for you as well?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've spoken to loads of people about this, and I've spoken, like Rick Baker is one. We had a conversation about it. As soon as you set up a big company, you're tied into the office, and it's quite hard to get out because you're organizing things, and it's your baby, it's your company, so you have to make sure everything is made and it's all made on time and everybody's in the right place at the right time, and that just takes up an inordinate amount of time. It's really, it is really time consuming. I always go and stick makeups on and go on set, and but I find I don't have time now to sit and sculpt makeups most of the time, so I have other really talented people who do it, so just a second.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, because same was saying Steve Laporte, he said he's got also to get the right people and put the right people with the right people as well. So it's also not only a technical aspect, not just hiring the best, but also hiring the best with the best attitude that you can possibly find, because the crew is gonna spend together a long time, long hours, and that can be pretty an issue, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm very careful about who I put together in a team. I know most of the people, so therefore I have a good sense. Just give me 1 second.
No problem.
My little boy is trying to call me, and I've got to tell him.
No worries at all. No
Hey, sweetheart.
Hello.
Hey, listen, Ollie, can I call you back in about half an hour or 45 minutes?
Okay, look at me.
I can't see you. Hang on a sec. I'm just on a video.
It's the beauty of the live show.
Okay. Bye-bye. Okay. Love you. Bye-bye. Sorry.
Oh no, that's cute. Oh my god, it must be tough to travel all the time and stay away from family.
Oh, it is. Yeah, no, it's really hard. I mean, I doing this job in Prague before there was no quarantine period for us flying back to the UK. And I was supposed to fly back and forth, so I'd see my little boy every, 3 or 4 weeks, but all of a sudden the UK brought in the quarantine, 14-day quarantine, so I haven't been able to go home. So I've been stuck here in Prague for 7 weeks now. So yeah, he's missing me at the moment. So anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry, where were we? Back into the land of makeup.
Yeah, we were talking about the crew, and they don't have only to be talented, but also be the right people together, because that can be a little bit of an issue, isn't it?
Yeah, true. Yeah, absolutely. I guess the biggest thing I've done in terms of dealing with people on set is World War Z, and you were one of them, and I got all these people over from. At one point we had 53 makeup artists just in my team. And I remember just having a sort of meeting in the morning, and we'd have this was when we were in Budapest shooting the sequence that didn't end up being in the movie. And we had a load of local crew from Budapest, about 15 or 20. And then we had 30 of us, and it was just like, oh my God, like trying to deal with that many people and put the right people with the right people, so I'd just sit there, and it would take me 2 hours to work out who would be good with, who's really skilled and who's an assistant and who gets on with somebody. You don't want to put two people together who can't stand each other. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of effort goes in just to make sure people are happy. And then, you know, you realize when you get into something like that, the producer's on at you for overtime. You know, you're not allowed to give people overtime so much. So you have to work out everyone's call times and finish people before their turnaround kicks in. And, you know, I spend a lot of time these days just making sure we don't spend too much on overtime, you know, because I've put in a budget. And I've estimated the overtime and I've put it in and said, you know, we'll probably have this much overtime. And you're trying to keep your budget down so that you get the job, you know. So you're working partly for production and partly for yourself. And it's a lot of organization. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question for you regarding big budget films and small budget films, because you worked on quite a lot of blockbusters, but you still do a lot of low budgets as well. So how do you choose the films you want to work for? Because it's like you don't have only a high standard, like I don't want to work on that, but you pick different things along the way. Are you still into like lower budget projects, and what is that you like about them?
Well, what I've found over the years is that I really enjoy the lower budget side of things because everybody's just generally more approachable. It's more like proper filmmaking to me. And then when you get onto these big, you know, big Hollywood blockbuster movies, it becomes a lot more corporate, and you know, you have to almost, you know, book a meeting in 2 weeks in advance in order to discuss something. Don't get any decisions made and have another meeting 2 weeks later. And you know, when we were trying to design Voldemort for Harry Potter, it was just endless meetings and no feedback from anyone. And when you're doing a lower budget film, you can pick up the phone to the director and say, you know, on the film that we're working on right now, I just say to Peter Forworth, the director, hey Peter, how do you want the teeth on this character, or how do you want this, or do we need blood tubes in this neck, and he just answered me straight away. There's no, and I much prefer that. I guess it's my beginnings at Image Animation. Those are the kind of movies that we used to work on, you know. You know, these low budget horror movies like Hellraiser 3 and, you know, even Hellbound. Nightbreed was slightly bigger budget, but it was still kind of in the low budget kind of environment, you know, in terms of there wasn't a big studio presence, you know, when we made that. And I've just had difficulties with big projects, you know, these, you know, just in terms of communication, you know. And the workflow, I just prefer. I mean, when I got called up by Luca Guadagnino to go and do Suspiria, for example, you know, that's like, you know, it's not a big budget movie by any stretch, you know, and there's a lot of stuff to do in it, but it's really artistically challenging, you know, and you know, for me that was a great project. And then I did Stan and Ollie, you know, and I love Laurel and Hardy, and it was a chance to create some, you know, things that were really important to me, you know, if we could try and get this right, you know, and create two characters of my favorite comedians, you know, and that wasn't a big budget movie either. So, and this movie we're doing now, you know, it's just, I haven't done a vampire movie for a long time. So it was like after doing Pinocchio, which was great fun, I worked on that for a year for Matteo Garrone. A couple of years ago, we started that, and it just came out of the cinemas in the UK. But you know, after doing that, after doing a kids movie, doing Suspiria, doing a character movie with Stan and Ollie, we did Bohemian Rhapsody, and then this vampire movie came along. So I like to sort of do something a bit different. After The Iron Lady, I ended up getting called about old age makeups endlessly. And I did so many old age makeups over the years following The Iron Lady, and I got kind of a bit bored of doing old age makeups, you know. I just wanted to do something different. So fortunately now I get offered all sorts of things. So it's not about the budget, it's about what's in it really, and what is it fun? Is it going to be fun to make?
Yeah. What is the most difficult aspect about organizing a film for you?
Oh, the most difficult is making sure that the money is on track. by far, because, I don't know, we love to make things. I've always loved to make things as good a quality as I possibly can. That's all you can do. For me, really, I just try and make it as good as possible, as real as possible, as good as possible. But as good as possible costs money, so that's the hardest bit, trying to keep quality up when the money's not there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I want to ask you something about Pinocchio, actually, because you also won recently one of your latest awards, because actually Marcus got 2 Oscars, 2 BAFTAs, and Emmy Awards, and all sorts of prizes. And recently the David of Donatello, which is actually an Italian version of the Oscars. And how was your experience working with Matteo Garrone?
Oh yeah, I loved it. It was difficult. I was really honoured to win the Davide di Donatello. We put a lot of effort. I've got a lot of really talented people working for me, people who've been working for me for years, and we put so much effort into that film. We had so many things to do. I had Sebastian Lochman sculpting the Pinocchio, and Steve Murphy, and had a whole bunch of people over helping us make these things. Too many people to mention everybody. And then working with Matteo was great. It was one of those, I love working with Luca Guadagnino. He's really creative and artistic, and so is Matteo. They're proper filmmakers. They're proper artists. They really care about what we're making. They're very interested in the creation of these fantasy characters, whether it be Luca with his dark witches, or Matteo with his his love of the story of Pinocchio. They're both very passionate, and that's what interested me about those projects. Doing something with people who are really passionate about what they do. Same with Stan and Ollie. When we did Stan and Ollie, everybody was really, like, John C. Reilly loved Laurel and Hardy, as did Steve Coogan, and the director had grown up with Laurel and Hardy, and everybody had their own, like, real passion. And that was the great side of that. Sorry, I think I've digressed and missed your question.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's the beauty of the live, because otherwise I would have written you the questions before. We just go along. No, I'm interested into knowing how the projects practically work. Like Matteo calls you and say, we got to do Pinocchio. So you don't do just one Pinocchio, there it is, let's shoot on him, right? It's a quite long process.
Oh my God. Yes, no, I couldn't, it's like we could talk here for about 3 hours on just the Pinocchio character and what we went through to make it,
I think that's interesting to know, because, you end up to this, and you just see one version of it, like the one that's been shot on, and you don't know the story behind it unless somebody shows it up on displays or on a magazine or in on backstage.
Let me give you a basic rundown of it without too much detail, but because it is quite interesting, and it's interesting from a budgeting point of view. You're like, God, how do you budget doing Pinocchio? Because you don't know how many times you're going to have to sculpt it. If you let's say you're doing a commercial and you have to make a Pinocchio character and it's shooting in 3 weeks' time. It's really straightforward. You get your labor in for 3 weeks, and there's a sum comes out at the bottom, and blah, blah, blah. If you're doing Pinocchio for someone like Matteo, you might change it. And, and we did. We sculpted, Sebastian Lochman sculpted the character on a little girl who was originally going to play Pinocchio. And Matteo loved it, and he said, this is it. We've got our Pinocchio. And that was really early on in the first sort of 5 or 6 weeks of doing the project. So we were like, we were really, wow, this character that could have been really difficult to design was suddenly approved. But I slowly realized that the word approved to Matteo doesn't mean approved, and, even the girl wasn't approved. And it was a few months later, we were doing all the other characters, and Matteo said, we're not using this girl anymore. We're going to use Federico Ailapi, who ended up being, Pinocchio. So we started resculpting it, and we started from scratch again, you know, but we'd already molded the other one, and we started again from scratch. And then we went through this kind of torturous process of changing the makeup every day. So we'd send photographs to, there's a really great concept designer that Matteo uses. So we sent photographs to him every day, and he would come back with little changes, and then we'd resculpt those, and then the nose would go up and out and in and down, and eyebrows would change, hairline would change every day, and every day we would redesign the whole makeup, and we sculpted it so many times. I mean, well, Sebastian did, poor Sebastian. But I was doing Photoshops at night and sending those back to Matteo, and then coming in the morning and then saying to Sebastian, can you change this? Can you change that? But it was, you know, it was part of the process, and we just got used to how Matteo works. You know, he doesn't sign off on something straight away, and you can make the whole thing and you can apply it, and then he might not like it, or he'll just want to change it, you know. So everything we did, you know, was honed and changed, and we were lucky to get a character through from start to finish with Matteo without changing much on it. You know, we changed a lot on a lot of the characters, you know. Made it difficult, but I think, you know, the great thing was that Matteo's ideas were right, I think. The only one that he admitted that he made a mistake on was we did the snail character. We did a whole snail makeup, and I wanted to make her look slimy, like a snail, shiny and slimy, and Matteo wanted her covered in dust, which really didn't seem to me logical, you know, to have a snail all dusty and old. And I think he said at the end, it was the only time he capitulated. He came and said, actually, I think you were right. They should have been slimy. But everything, he made so many good decisions, you know, and I think we're really proud of what we did on that film. I think all of us who worked on it were really proud of it. You know, we did all those little puppet theaters, you know, puppet guys all made of wood, and we did put so much effort into making the wood look real, and the paintwork and everything. Every single character, it was all a really difficult makeup. You know, there was not a simple makeup in the whole show. They were all technically very complex, you know, so you were all really proud of it, really.
But I heard that the makeup was resculpted like 40 or more than 40 times. Is that correct?
I think that's it. I think it's, you know, more than 40 corrections, for sure, you know, like changes to it every day. You know, Sebastian was changing it every day. But actual completely different looks, I mean, probably about 10, I would have thought, maybe. There was at some point when, you know, Matteo completely changed and got Julian Murray to sculpt another version. So we had two versions going at the same time, and we processed both of them, and we did a test makeup on both of them. And even then it was still like, oh my God, you know, like one of these we thought was going to be used in the film, and Matteo liked both of them. And then he came back and a week later and said he wanted to go back to what we'd done before we'd done these two makeup tests. So we kind of went to an earlier step and then started adjusting that again, and that's what became the finished makeup. But sometimes you have to see all these things to know what you're looking at, you know, and to make those decisions, you know. Yeah, it's just making sure, as an effects company owner, just making sure that you're not losing money by doing all these changes, you know. You've got to keep the money on track and say, look, if you need to change this, then this is going to cost X amount, and as long as you keep track of that, then it's fine. I'll change it every day as long as they're paying for it.
Yeah, totally. But where is the limit to these changes? Like, if the shooting is approaching, or did he adjust the shooting according to when the character was finally, you know, designed?
He changed everything probably 4 weeks before filming.
Oh God.
And we had to go over to Italy. I'd worked it out, you know, in terms of running pieces with Kate Woodhead in the silicon department. We'd worked it out. We did a spreadsheet to work out when each set of pieces needed to be run. And we worked out that we needed 20 sets of pieces before we started filming in order to make it not scary to actually, get to week 3 and you had no pieces and you're currying them over from the UK every day. We didn't have a shop in Italy. We just ran everything in the UK and then shipped it over. So, we then sat down with Colin Mangan and Adam Edwards, who are in the mold department, and we worked out what we had to do, because there's 4 stages of makeup. So there were 3 different sculpts for that. So we had to do clay presses out of the first makeup, duplicate all the cores, make 3 different versions of the sculpture, because he gets damaged as he goes through the film. So every chip and scratch is all added, and it's a different makeup. So he goes from stage 1, 2, 3, and the final stage was just a different paint job. But we had to go through and work all that out, and it was all changed 4 weeks before filming. So we had all the cores made, or a lot of them, but we basically just remade everything in 4 weeks. Which was horrendous.
Oh my God, absolutely. Wow, that's great. But yeah, in the end, it's a really cool project, and a lot of people enjoyed it. Did you like this version of Pinocchio?
Do you know what? I haven't seen the movie yet, believe it or not.
No, I believe it. I totally believe it. You must be so busy.
I'm so busy. But the other thing was COVID lockdown happened in the UK, so. And I really wanted to see it at the cinema. So we were booked to go. We were nominated for the David di Donatello. So I thought, great, I'll go and see it in Italy. I had the flight booked, the hotel booked, and we were going to have a champagne reception and all this kind of stuff, and dinner out. And the whole thing sadly got cancelled, because of the coronavirus outbreak. And so I never went over to see it. And then lockdown happened in the UK. Cinemas have been closed ever since, and I just didn't want to watch it for the first time on DVD, really. So I'm actually looking. It's out in the UK cinemas at the moment, so I'm hoping to catch it when I get back to the UK.
Yeah, you might make it. Yeah, because it's totally a film for the cinema. I went at Christmas. It was good.
Did you? Yes. I'm going to try and I will see it at the cinema rather than on DVD. So I just need to try and track it down at some point. But the footage I have seen of it is beautiful. Like Matteo's got a really great eye, and his movies look beautiful. So.
Yeah. So we are getting very close to actually our time, and we got a question, which is what was your most challenging project? Apart from Pinocchio, maybe.
Well, they're all challenging in different respects. Obviously the Iron Lady was super challenging because you're doing a makeup on the world's most famous actress, and you're trying to recreate, one of the world's most famous female politicians. So that's really challenging just there, trying to get that done on a lowish budget with no access to your actress, or not very much actually, because she's so busy. Meryl Streep was so busy that we had like 2 test makeup days booked in, and that was it really. So from that point of view, that was probably the most challenging to get that right. The most nerve-wracking. World War Z. I got hired on World War Z to do all the zombies. I was going to be working with Legacy Effects. They were in the States designing stuff, and then somehow I ended up doing all the Malta stuff. I think it was more they didn't want to bring a whole American team over to this side of the world to shoot the Malta stuff, so I ended up being on set with it, and I ended up doing the whole thing for one reason or another. And but we only got that movie 3 weeks before we were in Malta, so we were sculpting everything. We were sculpting all the stage 3 Budapest stuff while we'd do a makeup in the morning, and then people would sit around sculpting everything in the afternoon. Fortunately, it's zombies, so you can get away with things, and they're not too difficult to design. So that was super challenging. Technically, I think Pinocchio was probably the most challenging, just in terms of all the changes that we had to do and trying to get this title. It's always really difficult when you're doing a title character. Some makeup that needs to be good for the whole film to work, that's really challenging. Even doing Rami Malek's makeup on Bohemian Rhapsody. You know, you've got to make him look like Freddie Mercury. You know, so what do you do to him to make him look like Freddie Mercury? And you know, I worked with really great makeup artist Jan Sewell, and we've done a lot of jobs together, and she's brilliant. And you know, it's a lot of it is getting the wigs right, and that's all down to Jan. But we still have to make the prosthetic work and decide between us how you're going to make it work. You know, but that's all the fun. The challenge is the fun, really. Yeah.
Absolutely. Mark, we have to go, and actually we are pretty much in time, so it's amazing. Thank you so much, and we would love to get you physically in Italy next time, because we also know that you love this country, and so it'd be probably better if we can have you in person. This is the first experiment for us to do a digital version, but we wanted to be present even in the actual conditions in the world, and not give up on our yearly events. So we give it a try in a digital version. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. And I'm gonna introduce the end of the contest. We have a sculpting contest going on. So we're gonna see what the people made and the result. So thank you, Mark. See you next time.
Thank you,
Ciao.
Val. My pleasure. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Welcome back, and we got to the end of this day. The time is flown, so oh my god, we got to the end of 2 days of Effectus digital version, and I'm here to announce the end of the sculpting contest. And we'll have a little extract with the explanation of what the guys have done, and soon after the evaluation from the jury and the awards. So stay with us. Abbiamo la presentazione del contest che è giunta al suo termine, il contest di scultura, e a brevissimo vedremo un estratto delle presentazioni dei lavori dei ragazzi e i giudizi della giuria. Quindi state con noi, grazie, ci vediamo in un minuto. Vai.
Okay. So I'm from Mantova, and the moment I was told the theme was biohazard, I immediately thought about the lake from my city. And as the saying goes, if you swim in the lake, you came out with scales and maybe a third eye or something. And due to the chemicals products that the companies throw in the water. And my idea was to create a character that it's like a warrior who survived in these substances with only bare hands and her strength. So this is why it seems a little bit drowned. And the armor is formed with a rope and some template rubbish that you can now find in the water. And I apply some veins prostheses and that are flat in this part and on the arm. Some little eye.
Falla venire un po' più vicino che così li vediamo meglio.
Okay. Some little eyes here on the face and some scales. I applied with alcohol colors other veins on the face. And then I put the glycerin to make a water effect, and then I wet her hair and stop it, I think. And the eyes, I put lenses.
everyone, sorry, but we have a little bit of a mess up before, so we're gonna send the actual sculpting video in a second. So please apologize, but this is a live version, and our technicians are working hard to run the event as smoothly as they can, and getting at the end of these 2 days. There could be a little bit of a mistake, so we just missed the file to send live, but don't worry, we have the right one on in a minute. So can we launch it?
Yeah.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, the contest.
Es como para hacer referencia al daño, especialmente en los bebés, que hace la contaminación ambiental. Y cuando me refiero a ambiente, no es nada más la contaminación del aire, sino la contaminación de nuestra forma de vida en las sociedades modernas y especialmente en mi país. Y creo que lo que más contamina mi ambiente es la violencia, por eso la representación de este hombre que golpea a una mujer. Y yo estoy completamente en desacuerdo con el aborto, entonces esta es una mujer que mata a su bebé. Y creo que todo eso es violencia, que es una deformación de nuestra sociedad a raíz de lo que vivimos en el ambiente y muchas veces no nos damos cuenta. Y pues aquí está mi pieza. Gracias.
Okay. Thank you.
Gracias.
Massimiliano?
Ok, io ci sono.
Anche noi. Vai pure.
Ok, allora questa è la mia creazione o creatura. Ho puntato al realismo, diciamo, unendo due gravi patologie come l'idrocefalia e il vaiolo, che sono due realtà ancora piuttosto preoccupanti, diciamo, in Africa, appunto. Ho scelto, diciamo, proprio questa situazione qui con il corpo ricoperto da pustole e appunto questa grave forma di idrocefalia, scusami. E basta, appunto, proprio perché penso che sia un argomento ancora abbastanza attuale e preoccupante. Ho cercato comunque di creare qualcosa che potesse rispecchiare in qualche modo la nascita e la morte di una realtà insomma, che abbiamo creato noi con le nostre mani. Quindi, diciamo, concettualmente questo è quanto.
Ok, benissimo. La puoi far girare a 360 gradi così la vediamo tutta? Grazie. Nico?
All right. I finished the mutant lady because she's in a polluted environment. She has to breathe through a breathing apparatus. She has a virus suit. She has a head. Yeah. I'm not sure if you can see it, but she has a birth defect. Her lip is split, but it grew together, so it's all right. It's all right. She's healthy now. Yeah, I'm pretty glad I got finished, so it's all right.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Lisa?
Yeah, I'm super glad as well. I kind of finished her, like the last little structures. It's okay. It's what was possible in the time. So yeah, I made her up completely from scratch. So I didn't use any reference or so, just the picture of a muscle man. That's it. And so it was a lot of fun, and for me, like a good training to see how far I can get with not looking at pictures. So that was a lot of fun, and yeah, I'm happy with her and how she looks, and yeah.
Okay, thank you. Gabriele? Se hai il microfono muto.
Ok, ci sono. E ho voluto creare appunto questo personaggio di una scena post-apocalittica in cui magari anche 500 anni dopo un'esplosione nucleare si sono evolute queste diciamo innesti tra umani e quasi rettili, non lo so, e in questo caso è senza braccia, non perché gli sono state tagliate, ma perché è proprio così. Avevo pensato, ho detto prima, a una specie di punizione divina del fatto che gli umani, invece di creare, hanno distrutto quello che avevano e quello che erano, e quindi sono stati privati delle braccia e delle mani, e di conseguenza. E in questo caso sta fagocitando un topolino che ha trovato, non so, vicino a una laguna, penso, me la sono immaginata così.
Grazie mille. Puoi farlo girare anche tu di nuovo, che così si vede 360 gradi. Ok, grazie mille.
E bentornati di nuovo nel nostro studio Effectus. Questa volta diciamo che è l'ultima volta per l'annata 2020 Digital Edition, e prima di arrivare ad annunciare il nostro vincitore ringraziamo tutti i nostri partecipanti, ricordando da ben 3 differenti paesi. Siamo contentissimi che l'edizione digitale ci abbia potuto portare partecipanti dal Messico, dalla Germania, dall'Italia, e che si siano sfidati a colpi di mirette. E quindi proprio a proposito di mirette parliamo di chi sta offrendo i premi per il nostro contest. miroballeonline.it con un buono da ben 200 euro di spesa presso il suo e-commerce. Abbiamo poi Samas Cases, sempre con una delle sue fantastiche borse. Abbiamo poi Baburka Cinema Craft con i suoi calchi e protesi standard, e infine Covisafe. Ringraziamo poi i nostri giudici che in questo momento stanno dibattendo su chi sarà il vincitore: David Bracci, Valter Casotto, Leonardo Cruciano e Gigi Ottolino. E scusate, stavo dimenticando un altro master dei premi, la Stan Winston School, che anche su questo contest ci sta supportando con addirittura un anno di accesso gratuito ai suoi video per il vincitore. Ricordiamo che in questo contest il vincitore o la vincitrice comunque sarà unico. Nel contest di scultura da regolamento è così, e i ragazzi si stanno sfidando da questa mattina alle 8:30 con connessioni anche ad orari improbabili, perché ricordiamoci che il Messico ha un bel fuso orario rispetto a noi. E il tema sempre biohazard pollution, e quindi abbastanza inerente alla nostra annata, direi.
E non lo sapevamo,
Esatto, perché il tema è uscito a dicembre, non ne avevamo idea. Ringraziamo anche i nostri sponsor generali, Baburka Production, Tilt Makeup e Miroballi Online, veramente molto presente in questa edizione. Passo la parola alla mia partner che così ci tradurrà tutto quanto in inglese per il nostro pubblico internazionale.
Hello again, so I've got to translate everything in English, I hope to not miss anything. So we are gonna present very soon the winner of the contest from this sculpting contest, Effectus 2020, and the theme was biohazard pollution. And you might know the fun story behind this is that the theme was decided in January, actually December. Yeah. And we didn't know what the world was going on to, so it's actually sadly accurate. But anyway, let's discover who our judges were. The guys were evaluated by David Bracci, Gigi Ottolino, Valter Casotto, and Leonardo Crociano. And as usual, the choice was really hard to make. These guys really challenged themselves, and we had a subscription from 3 different countries. And what are they fighting for? They are fighting for amazing prizes and offered by our sponsors, and which we have to remind the sponsors for our event were Tilt Makeup, Baburka Productions and Miroballi Online, while the prizes for the contest are sponsored by Stan Winston, which is giving away a yearly subscription for the first place. Then Sarma's Cases with their amazing bags. We have Baburka Cinema Crafts and Coffee Safe, which is the tool sanitizer and brush sanitizer. And Miroballi Online, which is giving away 200 euros to spend on their sculpting tools from their e-shop. So the prize is really rich this year, and we are so proud that we had such amazing sponsors. So are we near to see who the winner is?
Yeah, actually,
we're getting close.
Yeah, actually we have a winner.
Okay.
So yeah, we have a winner. And to our director, I just send the name of the winner. We just received it from the judges, so we can connect. We can connect via Skype.
Yes.
Yeah, let's see, we are doing the call. We can say that is an international winner.
Ooh, fantastic, we have an international winner.
Yeah, actually it was very, very tough. And here we have Lisa with us. She can enter.
Hi Lisa.
Hi Lisa.
Congratulations.
Can we have, yeah, here we are. Yeah, so thank you so much for your work and to participate. You are also part of our art digital exhibition. We saw your works. Congratulations.
How was it for you to do a contest via Zoom like this? Because it's a first experience for all of us.
Yeah, for me too. I really liked it actually, because I mean, I'm here in my own environment and I know where everything is, so I can just do stuff from scratch and jump on it and get all the ideas in as I wanted to. And with the video, it's kind of nice, like having all the others on video as well. So I mean, you can't hear the others, but you're not as alone, so it gives you
because you can see them. Yeah, that was a cool thing. And did you think you had enough time to do your work? Did you want to do something different?
It was tough. It was just on time, actually. Like I did the last wrinkles in the last 5 minutes, so it was really on point.
Okay. Okay, so congratulations for your placement, and we hope you enjoyed doing this contest.
Yeah, it was very difficult to choose actually, for very few points, so really you make it. And so guys, if you want to see more works about Lisa, you can go in the art gallery, and for sure we can share more works of our winner in our pages in the next days. So Lisa from Germany, thank you so much.
Congratulations, and also congratulations to all the other participants in the contest, because it's not an easy one to sculpt in one day on a theme in your home and online, and I mean, it must be pretty tough. So congratulations and thank you for participating.
Talk soon. Ciao Lisa.
Ciao
bye
Lisa.
bye.
Congratulations again. Bye. Ciao.
So we are back in studio now, and actually we are, oh guys.
We got to the end of this
Yeah.
event. It's amazing that we made it through these 2 days of a digital version of Effectus, and I feel quite proud from the achievement, because
Absolutely.
we only had a tiny mistake just before, and it could have been much worse because we never did a live show that long before. And so we hope that you enjoyed it, and yeah, we remind you that this video is gonna be available on our YouTube channel, and we also gonna be dividing the videos into smaller parts available on our Vimeo channel dedicated to our associates, which is one of the benefits from becoming a member of our association. So that's our way to kind of give back your support when you become a part of the Effectus family, as well as discounts in our suppliers, and access to the event when the event is actually for real and not digital. So we hope that next year we'll be able to resume the usual event in Rome, and hope to see you guys in person. And thank you again to our sponsors, our main sponsors, Baburka Production, which work behind the scenes with the technical support, and Tilt Makeup, which is kindly with us since already 4 years, and Miro Balli Online, which is another strong presence for us, and all the other people that made this possible, starting with our technicians behind the scenes, Vincenzo, and Alain, Pietro, Juanza, Arianna, and all the volunteers. Veronica that always help us behind the scenes, and you didn't get to see them this time, but they did a really hard work, and in silence. And yeah, we thank you for watching all this, and we really hope you feel a member of this big family for special makeup effects. Thank you so much.
And don't forget to comment under our videos if you have suggestions for the next lives. Don't forget to subscribe to our social media channel, because it's so important to get in touch, to grow the community. And we are going also to relink the community project organized by Clinton and Smith, because we really think we got to go in that direction. So I'm going to translate in Italian, so for all the English speakers, thank you so much. Our edition is going to the end.
Goodbye.
Grazie a tutti, questa è la nostra conclusione in italiano. Anche quest'anno siamo arrivati alla fine e vogliamo ringraziare tutto il nostro reparto tecnico, Alain, Vincenzo, Pietro, Veronica, Juanza, e quindi Arianna, scusate ragazzi, ma sto cominciando anche io a perdere dei pezzi. Ringraziamo i nostri sponsor e main supporter, Baburka Production, Tilt Makeup, con noi ormai da più di 4 anni, e Miro Balli Online. Speriamo che abbiate visitato anche la nostra sezione di fiera digitale, e ancora qualche minuto per poter approfittare degli sconti online. In realtà, se vi siete segnati i codici, insomma, fino a stanotte a mezzanotte ce la potete fare. E non dimenticate di iscrivervi all'associazione, perché con soli 30 euro l'anno potete avere accesso a tutti i video Vimeo, anche quelli di quest'anno in versione spezzettata, quindi non necessariamente di dover vedere 7 ore di diretta per trovare il punto da voi interessato,
ma soprattutto i video delle passate edizioni, tutti registrati e salvati sul canale per voi, quindi tra workshop e conferenze un sacco di contenuti.
Esattamente, e è fondamentale ricordarsi anche di iscriversi al canale YouTube e a tutti i nostri social media, perché in questa maniera davvero la comunità può crescere ed essere in connessione, come appunto ricordava prima anche Clinton Aiden Smith. Con questo nuovo progetto di interconnessione digitale rilinkeremo il sito da lui insomma creato, in maniera tale che possiamo davvero essere connessi. Commentate sotto questo video qualsiasi tematica abbiate voglia di affrontare e organizzeremo piano piano delle nuove dirette. Grazie a tutti e siamo arrivati alla fine di Effectusevent 2020 Digital Edition.
Ciao a tutti!